Yeah, this is harsh, you guys.
I'm not.
I know we didn't really plan on July 5th as being.
Yeah, who decided on July 5th?
Well, it was
out of town.
Yeah,
so.
it was one of those like, what day are all of us going to be hungover and in one place at one time?
Sweet.
Luckily, we have beer.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm going to the Twitter now.
I drank
the Tweetsters.
I mostly just drank a Stone variety pack yesterday.
Where were you guys exactly?
At a friend's house. There's
Actually,
a pool swimming.
on the other side of the 215.
Yeah,
okay.
not far from here.
Oh, sweet. So you were in like Riverside.
Actually, I was drinking I got these like that. Who is it that makes those cans? They're from the Northwest.
Base Camp.
Yeah, Base Camp. Some IPL they made. They're not very good. No, not at all.
Yeah.
And their whole marketing is just like, drink this in the mountains or whatever. It's like, you're outdoorsy, so drink our beer.
I ditched them. At first I thought you were in a hotel. I was like, they're not even worth taking back.
At first I thought you said, drink this in your mouth. Like,
I
was like, that would be like the...
But
the minimum amount.
Anyhow,
that would be a good campaign.
So the IPL was pretty garbage. It was like super malty, but while in the pool, it's a pretty good beer. Like I was literally drinking it in the pool.
In that environment?
Yeah. So it worked out there.
Hey, right on. That's not bad.
So I think we're all live, and I think we're good to go.
I've had a 6-pack of PBR, Tall Boys, in my fridge for like 4 months. Held the fuck up.
Well,
dude, held up.
Good quality beer.
Yeah, it was one of those. I was like looking, and I didn't want to open a bomber of anything, and I had like one can of Oneida that I wanted to hang on to. It's pretty good. I also had the Fortunate Islands, the grape one.
Oh no.
Oh, the Universal Friend.
Nah,
you didn't like it?
Not really. Tasted like 3711 and grape. That was it. Yeah, that was not into that.
You're
at
out of
all.
control.
Double OC.
I'm tired of you shitting on modern times.
Hey, Oneida though was very tasty. I was very happy. Could have used a little bit more bitterness, but I enjoyed the shit.
It does remind me of boxed potatoes, but or Ida.
That's the.
It's like one letter away from Ida. It's like one half of a letter even.
Isn't Orida the people that make like hash browns and shit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, now I'm thinking of Flowrida, so.
Aren't we all?
It's full comes full
You're like,
circle.
what does he have to do with potatoes and beer?
Going down
everything.
for real.
All right, let's do this.
That is a disaster.
Welcome to Four Brewers. My name is Matt Becker, and as always, I'm joined by
John Holzer,
Jason Harris,
Greg Nagel.
We got some special guests. We've got our poor S. Sarah is here with us. Hi.
Oh, hello.
And we also have author of Brew Better Beer, Learn and Break, the rules for making IPAs, sours, pilsner, stouts, and more. Miss Emma Christensen. Hi, how's it going?
Hello. Dandy.
welcome.
Hi,
Emma.
Live via the internet.
Yes, live via Google Hangout. Is that what we're actually using?
Yeah, that's what we're using.
Sweet. So we're very excited to have you on. When did your book actually come out?
Beginning of May. So it's been
Nice.
out for what, two and a bit months?
Very
2
cool.
months.
Yeah, you were really kind and sent us all copies. I've gone through it, and it's a really great book. But you also sent us some of your own homebrews, which I think we should get
More
involved with
importantly,
that, really.
you sent us
Yeah,
beer.
more
Yes,
importantly,
exactly.
let's
Yeah.
do it. What are we doing
Yeah,
first? The Berliner?
Yeah,
Berliner
Berliner Weiss, I believe. What's going
I
on with
have
this beer here?
twin brews over here for me to drink.
Hey,
That's
cool.
awesome.
Now, is this in the book?
Yes, all of these are in the book. The only one that's a little different is the hoppy Pilsner. I just have a basic Pilsner in the book with, I think, a variation of making it hoppier. But, I mean, come on, hops.
Maybe we should
awesome, so.
go to the page and follow along.
Oh,
Yes,
goodness.
that's what I was doing, Greg.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for that,
people
Greg.
are listening in
Well,
their
here,
cars.
okay, okay, Mr. Wants to Guide the Show, Greg.
right.
Here, why don't you take the book?
You know
There
what
you
you
go.
do is give me the book.
I'm just the host, whatever.
I didn't realize
I don't know
that
what
we.
chapter
As I
it's
opened it directly to that page.
Oh, nice. Okay,
That's how on point I am.
Greg's got the magic. Greg's got the magic. All right, go for it.
I didn't
All right.
realize that we were actually drinking the recipes from the book. That's really
Oh,
cool.
yeah.
That's
Totally.
neat.
That is so meta.
I've only cursory glanced at the book. I opened it for like 2 minutes and I was like, oh, this looks really nice. The design and everything looks great.
Yeah, it's
I
very
take no
clean.
credit for that. That's all 10 speed and the photographer. They make everything look beautiful. All I do is
reminds-
write words.
10 Speed's a pretty. I think they did Randy Clemens books too.
Yes, yes, they did.
Yeah.
They did. That's how we know each other, actually.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Small
Synergy.
world.
Is it by chance, did they print the Franklin barbecue book?
I think so.
It just
That
looks
sounds
very.
familiar.
They have a very similar design aesthetic. I was like, I wonder if these are the same people. I guess I could have just looked at the books.
That's probably.
I own both. That would be
About this one, I haven't actually tried it in a couple months. I brewed it. When was this? October 2013. So it has been souring nicely for a year and a half or so now. Is that right? Am I doing my math right? A little longer.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, that's
So
accurate.
it looks like it's pretty much just Pilsner malt and some wheat. And,
It is.
You use White Labs Belgian wheat yeast. And,
Yes, and some lactobacillus del
And lacto,
Brucki.
yeah. Del
Yep.
de Brucki.
Indeed.
All right.
So is this just soured in the fermenter with lacto then? I know people have been doing
Yeah.
some tricksy stuff with souring Berliners, so...
No, this is just a pretty straight up. I think I added both the regular wheat yeast and the lactobacillus at the same time rather than waiting. I'm scanning my recipe. I should have done my homework and looked at this a little more.
It's okay.
We know how that feels.
Yeah, we're recording this on the 5th of July, and so everyone's kind of like, oh, we're doing this thing, yeah.
More beer this morning. Oh goodness.
My ears are still ringing from fireworks, you know.
Yeah.
I woke
so
up and got here on time.
I was
just had to
actually
go
later than I
upstairs.
said. Yeah. So how long did it actually take you to write the book? When did this actually come
goodness.
about?
And see, I started working on it, or I, talked to 10 Speed and got it approved. Let's see, what year are we in now? I get my years all mixed up.
2015.
Yeah, so I think it was 2013 I started talking to them about it, and I basically had a year to develop all the recipes and write the book. I had a team of testers who I sent recipes out to. Developed it for both 1 gallon and 5 gallon batches. So I think 1 gallons are kind of nice for new brewers just coming in. I think that's a cool way to get into it. But then 5 gallons are also awesome. So I wanted to have.
Back before he was a big bad professional brewer, Matt used to be known as Small Batch Brew.
Yeah, that was kind of a thing of mine, and it's really interesting because I always liked doing the small batch thing, not just because of it being a beginner thing, but also because you can turn beer over faster.
Yes. Yeah,
one
exactly.
issue that I always ran into, and one of the things that I actually noticed about the book right away was the 1 gallon thing, and it's because I love beer, but I don't drink that much, and I don't entertain that often,
Yeah.
and so 5 gallons of beer is kind of tough for me to go through.
And I don't have any
that's
friends,
true.
so I can't give it away.
Yeah, I was going to say that
5
too.
gallons of beer, it gets kind of samey. You're
Yes.
like, maybe even if you love it, you don't want to drink just 50 of that in a row for the next 2 weeks. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah,
You feel kind
exactly.
of guilty about buying more beer when your partner is like, "Hey, you have 4 more cases down in the basement."
Yeah, and then all of a sudden your basement is just all boxes of beer, and then the divorce comes. And,
The cats
But,
are sad.
yeah,
Then you're like, finally, there's nothing between me and my beer.
and then you stare at it.
4 cases of IPA.
Yeah.
2-year-old IPA.
Gross. So, what was the impetus exactly? What made you want to write the homebrewing book? I mean, there's already some
Yeah, sure.
huge names out there. I mean, what did you feel that you had to add to the conversation?
Well, partly I felt like it had been a while since there was a really new, fresh book. I love Papazian's book. I love, all of those other. That's how I learned to homebrew, was some of those, Big Daddy books that have been out forever. But it's been a while since those have been really updated, and things have come a long way. Just in the last 10 years, as homebrewing and craft brew has started taking off, there's way more ingredients that are available to us, way more different kinds of yeast. The fact that 1 gallon brewing is now a thing that is pretty easy to do, pretty easy to find equipment for, and I just felt like it was time. It was time for a new modernized homebrewing book. Plus, when they had pictures, I'm a big fan of pictures. So.
Well, yeah, it's also funny. I was thinking of being dated. I mean, obviously, Papazian's book is the cornerstone of homebrewing, but also you look at it and
From
there's
the 80s, right?
yeah, well, it's like the 80s, and then I think it
he's
was
got a
last. It was last updated in 1993 or
the
that's
4th edition or
Yeah,
something,
that's
isn't it?
by the look of the photos. Everyone's there smiling with their giant tankards
Thumbs up.
of whatever with the thumbs up and the giant poofy hair
And
and
the Bob Ross
pleats. pleats. Lots of pleats.
Even if you look at How to Brew, the Palmer and the recipes are definitely reflecting kind of like 2005's taste in beer, which, while not that terribly long ago, there's a big difference in the kind of beer people are drinking today.
Well, and also like IPA is a great example. You know, it's like, dry hop your IPA with a 1/4 ounce of hops. You're like,
a 1/4 ounce of Cascade.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
What other beers did you have here with us? Because I think we all have empty glasses.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't realize how many of you. Well, I knew there'd be 4 of you. So.
No, this is
plenty.
No, it's quite all right. It's probably good. Otherwise, we tend to get a little sloppy on the third show.
Yeah, I'm here drinking these by myself, so you might see some fun times.
Hey, you're with us. There's at least one person on the hangout.
Safe space, awesome. Let's do the Hoppy Pilsner next. That one's a fun one.
That sounds delicious.
By the way, the Berliner, I kind of wish that it was a little more tart. But, it might be a little bit past its peak. I'm not sure. But anyways.
Yeah, it definitely. I've heard that is historically a problem with people who ferment or add lacto. Is that a lot of times they have a problem with getting the tartness there.
Yeah,
I've seen that a lot when I go on like Homebrew Talk and everything else. I've seen people experiment a lot with when they add the different yeasts, where they ferment out first with clean and then they add lacto, or where they add it. And a lot of guys, or if they use the blends, the specific blends that are for souring.
That's what I've used.
A lot of people I've seen have problems with it getting tart enough. And I think that's led to a lot of people doing more stuff like kettle souring.
Kettle souring, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, sour mashing.
Kettle
like
barfing,
that
I
kind
call
of
it.
Kettle barfing.
Yeah, I don't. Well, anyways, I did a sour ale based on a saison a couple years ago, and that soured beautifully. I added lactobacillus and can't remember what I did off the top of my head, but I added that in the secondary, and that has turned out amazing. I would have sent you guys one, but I think I only have one bottle left, so sorry.
Nice.
Sours are a really, for me, complicated style of beer to make, mostly because you focus so much on what happens after fermentation, and it's like its own little art in and of itself. And I tried doing one once, and I think I still have it like on tap. It was a red ale that
it was kind of like a Flemish red type thing,
but I mashed super high to get more complex sugars to let the bacteria chew through, and it just didn't chew through enough. And it tastes okay, but it's just, to me, they're just such a pain in the ass. I appreciate sours, but for me, I just don't want to make them.
Well, and John, with all love and respect, you're also like you're kind of a worrywart when it comes to your beer, and so
I'm a worrywart with everything.
That's
true. Where the term came from. Worrywart is from him.
It's from worrying about your wort.
It's worrying about your wort.
Podcast,
You should brew a beer called Worrywart, by the way.
Nice. Yeah, but like sours are, the funny thing about sours is, on the homebrew scale, they're so hard to do because they're so based around blending on the larger scale.
We've come to that conclusion.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You've got 50 barrels to choose from, and 10 of them are going to be awesome. So.
Or you're just Fantone and you put whatever the hell you got in a bottle.
Yeah, exactly. Doesn't matter what it is, just toss it in there.
Yeah. So speaking of a pain in the ass to brew on a homebrew scale,
yes, the very good
pilsners and lagers are generally a headache. So how did you manage to actually do a lager at the homebrew scale? Do you have like a 50-degree cellar?
I bought a tiny little fridge, like a little what we all had in college, and I just hooked up a temperature controller to it and was off and running. And I was in a tiny little 800 square foot apartment, so I just kind of found a spare corner that I wedged this little refrigerator into, and that's what I was doing in there. And again, this is the thing that's cool about the 1 gallon batches is I think I could fit 3 little 1 gallon carboys in that thing at a time.
Nice.
So I was kind of just cycling through there. So I think that's the key. I think having that temperature control system up and running, and it's really not that hard. Like as long as you have a spare couple, let's see, I'm trying to remember what that fridge was. It wasn't that expensive. It was less than $200, and then the temperature controller I think was like $65 or $75. So as long as you can spring for that, then I think you can totally brew.
And we've, especially because I'm not sure where you are in the world, but we're all in California.
San Francisco.
Yep, I'm outside San Francisco, San Jose.
Okay, a little cooler up there. It's so warm here. Like a lot of people will be like, "There's a closet in my house that's always 65 degrees, and that's where I ferment." There's nowhere in my house that's
Yeah.
under
65,
70
yeah.
degrees like ever.
I think
It's so hot.
also
Yeah.
with the 1 gallon batches and lagers especially, you have to use so much yeast in a lager because it's sitting at such a colder temperature. And so if you're doing a 5 gallon batch, you got to make a big starter, and you got to have a lot of cells in that yeast. And so a 1 gallon batch, you might be able to make like a 2 liter starter for, maybe that's a little too much, but you could make an average size starter for a 1 gallon batch. You know what I mean? You're not making this huge starter. You're making a regular starter for a 1 gallon batch.
And not only that, but also, I mean, in a pinch, you can buy, like just 2 packs of yeast, and that's probably going to be
I was going to
enough.
say that too. If you just got a couple vials of yeast and threw it in there, you'd probably be good.
Yeah,
too.
exactly. Because I mean, underpitching is such a rampant problem with home brewing.
No doubt.
So.
Yeah.
Right.
But this is really nice. So how is this different from the recipe in the book?
I just added more hops.
That was wait.
Actually, it's when I very first tested this, I don't know if I made a calculation error or if I was just like, whatever, I'm just going to give it a shot. But it turned out hoppier, a little more hoppy than you'd want for a traditional, like, straight style Pilsner.
Right.
It was really tasty.
I'm digging it.
I was looking into this one day just for an internet argument that I was in with somebody, and a lot of your like really traditional Pilsners are like Czech Pilsners and everything are up to like 50 IBU. The style appropriate goes really high.
25 to 35 for I think German, and then Czechs go like 35 to 50.
Yeah,
and I think
also,
I want to say some of the like big commercial ones I looked at were like 50 to 55. Believe it or not.
well, like the Czech Pilsners, though, I mean, the thing is the water is so soft there. The bitterness doesn't really like punch nearly as much as the like German styles where the water is harder,
Right.
and so it'll be 50 IBU, but it won't taste quite as bitter because it'll have a little bit rounder malt profile.
That's true.
So it's kind of like a balancing act.
The argument I was in was somebody was complaining about Pivo pills and saying like stupid Americans always adding stupid hops and ruining everything with all the dumb hops. And I'm like, oh yeah? Well, in Europe, that's how they do it. Maybe you just don't like Pilsners, you jerk.
I like how you were defending Pivo pills.
Yeah, fuck that beer though.
Like the crux of this argument is what I got is you were defending Pivo pills.
I was defending America. And what's more appropriate on this weekend?
Precisely.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Defending America in internet arguments. I mean, that's what the 4th of July is all about, isn't it?
Totally.
What America's about.
Yeah, that and barbecues and drinking.
This is a great
much.
example
Yeah,
of a
dude.
pills though.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Yeah, this is
I'm
really
digging
nice.
it. I dig the hoppiness. It's kind of lemony and sort of herbal at the same time.
I wish, let me reach across my desk here and see if I can pull up which hops I used on this one. I think it was just whatever was left over from all the testing I did for the book.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, you've got some. The book says you're using Hallertau for bittering, Hallertau and Saaz actually, and then Saaz and Hallertau for flavor and Saaz for aroma.
And
So
I
pretty
think I
good
used
old fashioned.
hops in this guy. I'm not going to be able to bring it up super fast.
It's all good.
We got it.
We've
I'm just gonna hang out and drink this.
This is good, and that beer that Nagel did, where you dry hopped it with Saaz, I'm kind of starting to
the hopback.
reopen my eyes on Saaz, man.
Yeah, we should do a Saaz exploration.
Right.
Definitely whole cone as well.
Rocket Saaz.
Actually, I think this was Whole Cone Cascade. I think I dry hopped it a little bit.
Nice.
That might be confusing. I did so many beers. They all blend together.
Yeah, leave me alone. I'm working.
Just grabbing those hops over
No, it's
there.
working. Shh.
But yeah, this is really tasty. What else do we have in front of us here?
We'll just hammer
It's the
through 'em.
Milk Stout. Milk Stout, that one turned out
Milkage.
nice. This one was fun because I developed it for the book. It was one of the last recipes I developed, and I was really aiming for what I feel like.
Oh, no.
Hey-o.
Maybe a little explosion. I was aiming for left-hand milk stout, which is it's just such a good milk stout.
Yeah, that's
It's pretty much the standard at this
It's
point,
pretty
isn't
much
it?
it was like one of the first beers that got me into craft brew, and this was just an homage. So I will fully admit that this is not quite up to milk stout or left-hand standards, but it aged really nicely. At first, it was kind of I didn't get much of that milkiness, and I think it has come out now as it's aged for a couple of months. And I hope you guys like it.
Yeah, that's a good question. Like, when did your whole craft beer journey start? Like, when did you first start getting into craft beer in general?
I think it's been a long, complicated journey, fraught with peril, triumphs and lows. I moved to Portland, Oregon after I graduated from college. So that was like 2001, 2002, and I had a Black Butte Porter, and I think that was actually the first craft brew that I ever had, and was like, oh, this is tasty and something that I enjoy drinking.
Nice.
So that was kind of the beginning, and then when I lived a couple years later, I moved to Boston, and I had some friends who were into homebrewing, and I had no idea you could homebrew at home. I was like, oh my gosh, you can make beer in your kitchen? That's insane. And I was totally hooked. They got me hooked on it, and the rest is kind of history. Like we brewed our first batch it was like an all extract, pre-hopped porter. It was disgusting. It was like the worst thing I've ever drank in my life, but there was something about it that I was...
The thing that you like just boil boil what was in the can in some water.
Oh yeah, you just like dissolve it in water and then add yeast, and that's all you do.
Put it in a bucket.
Yeah. But there was something about that I was just like, dude, I just made beer, and it like sucked, but it was beer. And so yeah, that's kind of how I got into it.
Nice. Actually, I met you in Boston, right? Was that where I met you first?
Yes, yeah, at the Beer Bloggers Conference in Boston.
That's right.
I think that was the first Bloggers Conference I went to.
Yeah, no, that was my second one. But we toured Sam Adams, and that was quite the experience.
They're like show off facility where they're like, this is totally where we make the beer.
We've got that big bearded guy here. Yeah, picking up whole cone hops, and
you rub them in your hands and you smell them, and we brewed on this thing a couple of times.
They're made out of wax.
Where do they actually brew? Isn't it like Minnesota or something?
They have like
Ohio, I think.
They have big brewing facilities all over the place.
Yeah, I think they actually contract in a couple of different places.
But I think they do their utopias or whatever there at that facility.
The one beer they make there.
The beers that are in the big bottles, I forget what they call that series. I think they brew at the Boston facility.
KMS.
Oh, the fun ones.
Cosmic Motherfunk.
No, I don't know what that is, but
that's their sour blend.
They have those big, you know what I'm talking about? The
big,
like the 750 bottles.
They had like the double APA and the red ale and like a Baltic porter and like a braggot or something like that.
Oh no, that's a different series actually. That's a different series of big bottles. Yeah, there's like 14 different series of beers from Sam Adams. If you like,
the 13th Hour or something like that.
Yeah, like they had the Tetravis Quad was one of them, and. I don't know, man.
Tastes like bubblegum.
People at home know.
They'll figure it out.
So yeah, I was flipping through this book, and it kind of comes off as a cookbook to me, which is really cool, like a cookbook for homebrewers. And I was just going through and finding like just a bunch of inspiration of like, damn, I want to drink that. That looks pretty good.
There's a lot of recipes in there,
and I was like, damn, I need to like do that. And I'm like earmarking several pages. So.
Yeah, cool. I focused more on like the beginning parts of the book because I mean when you get
the how to brew part.
Yeah, and like the introduction to it and all that. One thing that I kind of liked was your first visit to a homebrew shop.
Oh yeah,
because I remember my first visit to a homebrew shop is when I was like 22 and I was buying stuff to build a kegerator to put a keg of Bud Light on, and they were just looking at me like, "What are you doing here, dude?" And I'm like, I need some parts, you know. But then when I went back as a home brewer, it was completely different, and I was like, okay. I remember this one time I went to a place in Marietta, and they had all their grains in bins, and I'm like, so how does
what do I do?
Do I ask you to get me the grain?
How does this work?
And the owner goes, "There's a scale right there," and I'm like, there is a scale right there.
It's very homebrew.
I know.
So I really could relate to that, and I felt like an asshole that first time I went and bought my own grains. And
well, you looked like an asshole, John.
Honestly,
like, are you getting my grain for me or what, dude?
From the
porter.
Good sir, please pour my grain. You just ring a bell. You brought one from home.
Little handbell.
The way I feel now is how I felt then.
Berating you.
No, to be honest though, it's no other place is just like that. Like where it's just like, yeah, there's bins of crap and you can process it yourself. Like, I don't know, we're not going to get involved.
I think that's called Whole Foods.
No,
the bulk thing.
Yeah,
I guess.
Kind of. But that's kind of what you're saying, Jason. Is what I'm saying. It's a very unique type of place to shop at, and there's lots of things there, and you could easily be intimidated by it and just say
It's really easy to get lost. Yeah.
And this one homebrew shop, the guy, he's a nice guy, but he was a little too laid back, and I guess he couldn't tell I was new. Where you go to a place like More Beer, and the guys in Riverside down here are awesome. Like,
Yeah,
they're all on point.
Yeah,
Big shout out
they
to
have
More
the
Beer. I love those guys. They helped me out this whole book.
Yeah, the More Beer is interesting because they have this weird homebrew store thing where they will actually engage you.
Yeah.
That's a pretty rare thing.
Customer service.
Yeah, it's pretty rare. They'll ask you, they're like, "So have you made beer before?"
Yeah.
You know?
And she also brought up in the book, like, you can, like, I've seen it happen where people call the homebrew shops right in the middle of a brewing session, and they're like, this is happening. I don't know what I'm supposed to do here, or am I allowed to do this?
Dude, I had to.
But you used to work at a homebrew shop,
I used to work at a homebrew shop, and I had to field those calls every single day. Well, no, probably every single Saturday at the very least. And it was one of those things that 90% of the time. Actually, one of the things that I noticed in the book, to bring it back to this, is there was the what to worry about and what not to worry about section, which I really liked because, like, a lot of the time you get those calls and they're like, I just did the thing and I don't know what to do. And 90% of the time it's like, just keep going.
Just relax, bro.
Yeah,
Just
that's what's supposed to happen. Yeah.
Just keep
A
boiling
leaf
it.
fell into the boil. Should I throw it all out?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're like, well, how long do I have to let the sanitizer sit in there? It's only been like an hour. I'm like,
15 seconds, bud.
Like, calm down, buddy. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, I remember one of the first times you came over when I was brewing, I filled up my fermenter with 5 gallons of water and put 5 gallons worth of sanitizer. Not 5 gallons of sanitizer,
Right.
but the
You gotta
appropriate amount.
sanitize that damn thing, man.
Yeah.
The
And
whole
Matt's like,
thing
you
needs to be-
verified that can hold 5 gallons of liquid. So.
In general, and again, I've only kind of glanced at it, but there very much seems to be an attitude of making it as accessible as possible.
Yeah, that's one of my main things that I wanted with this book.
Which,
Sorry, cut you off. Go ahead.
Oh, no worries. With some of the books, like for me, How to Brew was really the book that I learned everything about homebrewing off of. But it's much more like a textbook almost.
Yeah.
It's very
it's a
dry.
reference
Yeah,
material.
Very dry.
Well, homebrewing is fun. Like, I want people to have fun looking at this book, and I want them to feel confident. Like fun and confidence. That's what you need going into the kitchen.
Definitely. And I think that's a really good point because, like, Charlie's whole thing, relax, don't worry, have a homebrew. It's like that definitely rings true, but it's also a bit hokey, shall we say?
Yeah.
At this point, it's just the whole, like, relax and have fun, you'll be fine. I think that's, any way that you can get that message across.
Fist bump.
Yeah, we have one last beer in front of us here. You said this is a bracket, is that right?
Yes, and hopefully this is one of my favorite ones from the book. I hope it's aged well. It's a little, I can't remember what the date is on it, and this is my last one, you guys.
It looks like it's a year and a half old.
I don't have any more bottles of it.
Sweet.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, January 2014, so it's got a little bit of it's had a
How
little
was
bit
that
of time
milk
to
stout for
mellow.
you guys? Mine was a little cidery. I think it was maybe a little past its time.
Past its time?
A little bit, yeah.
It had like a light cocoa thing,
Yeah,
nice
I feel
refreshing
like I
flavor.
had good bottles of this one and then bottles like this. So
Well,
sorry.
Yeah,
that
ours
not-
was a little gushy too, so that kind of helped it.
Yeah.
Mine's gushy too.
We relaxed and had a homebrew though.
Okay, good. Well, I hope you like the braggot. This was definitely one of my favorites in the book.
So what's a braggot? Do I know what a braggot is? I don't think I do.
It's basically half
was just
honey,
legalized,
half
I
brown
think.
ale. Yeah.
Yeah, braggots
Half meat,
half honey essentially
Oh,
for
okay.
fermentables.
Isn't it non-hopped? Question mark? Or is that something?
No,
that's a Gruit.
Yeah, that's a hop.
I almost sent you a gruit. I did like the gruit that I made for this book, but yeah.
It's now impossible to make one without making Guardians of the Galaxy joke. It's like, yeah, well, all of them.
I am
So-
Gruit.
Yeah.
Do you add the honey pre-fermentation or
What
post?
did I do? Pre. I think I added it straight to the wort. Let me bring it up so I refresh my memory here.
Cool.
It smells nice.
Oh,
like
great.
it.
Yeah.
It definitely has
Where
like
are
that
you?
mead character to it, I guess.
Oh yeah, totally mead character.
Oh yeah, that's great. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I basically added it to the wort, kind of like you'd add extract or Belgian candy sugar stuff.
Yeah.
And just fermented it all together. The hops are fairly light, I think, looking at the recipe, if I remember right.
Doesn't taste like the IBUs are real high.
Yeah, I wanted, a little bit so that you had a little bit of the bitterness backbone, but not, not in your face.
Yeah, it's kind of it's very enjoyable. It's kind of malty. It's got this definite like winey character to it, like meatish.
Yeah, it's kind of Venice. It has like that white wine, like higher ABV fermented character.
I get a little bit of, and maybe it was just because I was hearing candy sugar while I drank it. But
candy sugar for sure.
I get that character out of some of the bigger Belgian. It has kind of that same feel.
Yeah, this is like an extreme version of that candied sugar Belgian thing.
Yeah, I think that might just be like a fermentation character where if you put in a lot of simple sugar, there's just like those like higher alcohols that you get. But I like this and I like brackets in general because like I like mead like 1 ounce per year.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's as much as I can do because while the flavor is really great, it's tough to get it down.
Cloying is the word I would use.
Yeah,
for sure.
For sure.
It's just too much honey. I'm like, is all honey, huh?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go buy a bottle of wine.
You put in
instead.
some cinnamon.
Although I will put in a slight word for the mead. If you do a dry mead, those can actually be quite nice. They're still very honey-like and very like sweet perceiving on the palate, but they're not like drinking a shot of dessert wine. It's
right.
lighter and drier and nicer. You gotta make your own though, because all meads that I've had commercially are like cloyingly sweet. Yeah.
Generally, the better ones I've had, they put something else in there to balance the flavor out. Because I think with just honey, it's real easy to get kind of one note. I mean, there's not really a lot to go on there. So when they start mixing in cherry or ginger or something else like that, I've had some really good stuff that way.
Or in the case of a braggot, which is why I like it, it has that kind of like that fermentation character, that higher ABV character, but it also, the malt helps kind of even it out a little bit.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Sure.
So it provides that little extra something. Plus the carbonation helps it like lift off your palate a little bit better.
Definitely. Yeah, good. Glad you guys like this one. I was happy with it.
Yeah, this is really great.
Overall, a pretty solid selection of beer.
Excellent.
It speaks well to the book.
Definitely.
I think I like the braggot the best. Not to get too technical.
Not to brag.
I don't want to get too technical, but it tastes friendly.
Oh,
I like that.
It's a mighty fine how do you do.
So Emma, you went to the Cambridge School of Culinary Arts in Massachusetts, correct?
I did indeed, yes.
So I'm assuming you were into cooking and that kind of, you transitioned into homebrewing at that point? Like after, or was it kind of a hand-in-hand kind of thing?
It was all kind of mishmashed up in there. I did not take a straight path. My path has many corners and turns. Yeah, I was actually in college textbook publishing. I was a development editor for college textbooks. It was very, very
talk about dry.
Exactly. Fine career, fine everything, but oh my god, I like looked 5 years in the future and I was like, this is not what I want to be doing, I don't think. And yeah, I was into cooking. It was like the heyday of like the blog. Everyone was starting a food blog in that time.
Yeah. And those blogs were very important back then too. Now it's all
flooded.
Yeah.
It's super flooded. Yeah. Back then it was like, oh my god, someone's telling me how to make couscous on the stove. That's amazing. And
now all of the decent bloggers are all just cookbook authors.
Basically, yeah. It's an interesting. It's an interesting.
But you do write for The Kitchen, right?
Yep, I'm the food editor for thekitchen.com.
Really?
So that's actually
awesome.
my main means of gainful employment is working for thekitchen.com.
I love The Kitchen.
It's spelled the kit. C-H-N.
The kitchen, because we're too cool for vowels.
Yeah, no last E.
Yeah, if you're on the internet and there's an E before the last letter of your title, drop that E.
Yeah, exactly. Drop it.
Drop it like it's hot. It's not,
Untapped.
not good. Yeah.
We're actually
like
for Brewers.
You should just do that. Yeah.
We own 4brewers.com without E's. We actually own that. So.
That's
Thanks,
awesome.
Redirect.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so I develop recipes and edit recipes by day and brew beer and other various fermentables by night. That's my superhero.
Living the dream.
Tell me more about these other fermentables.
Well, the first book that I wrote was it's called True Brews, and that one was just basically a huge ass, just whatever I wanted to figure out how to brew at home, I did. So I did like yeast fermented sodas and kombucha and kefir.
Kombucha, yeah.
Yeah, I got into ciders. I did sake. Although I did sake I did not have a temperature controlled fridge at the time, and I think that was kind of stupid of me. So anyone listening to this, if you want to make sake, get yourself a temperature controlled fridge. It's important.
Did you use that when you? I know Greg brought one on. He did, and
I lagered the shit out of it.
It sounded like the biggest pain in the ass ever.
Yeah, it sounded awful.
Kind of a pain in the ass. It's like I did it, and I'm glad I did it. It was a growth experience. I'm not sure I'll do it again.
Yeah, it sounds like it's very Japanese, where you have very like laser focus, and you do this, and that's the only thing that you
ritualistic
do.
almost.
Yeah, for 8 months or however long, and then you take a nap, and then you do it all over again. And thanks, but no, I'm good. I want to make my thing for 2 hours and then put it in the fridge and ignore it for a week.
Exactly.
That's what I want to do.
I always tell people to make wine if they're really lazy about homebrewing. Just wine.
I do the same thing. I'm like, dudes, like if you're a lazy person or you just want to get into brewing, like don't do beer. Beer's hard. Go do wine. Go do cider.
From what I've seen with wine, it's like buy the box of grape juice, pour it in a thing.
It's all about adding the right things and getting it stirred up very, very well. That's the only thing you have to worry about with wine and keeping everything clean.
And then you just let it go. Like it just sits in the corner for
you
as
don't
long
even
as
have
you want.
You don't even have to keep everything clean. You're gonna sulfate it.
Wine, yeah.
It's gonna be fine.
Yeah,
that's the thing about making a wine. It's like
it.
it'll be fine in the end. Whatever.
My first wine I did, I open fermented it. It was just in a brew bucket. I put a tablecloth over the top.
Yeah,
and a dictionary on top to keep like bugs from flying in.
Right.
But it sounded like it was boiling. It was like.
I think that was a dictionary.
My whole house smelled like wine whenever.
Are you sure your dictionary wasn't just cursed? There's an evil spirit in there.
Yeah. It wasn't a dictionary. It was actually the Necronomicon. He put on top of that bucket. Yeah, he wondered why the white wine became blood red.
Nictum.
What happened to my Chardonnay?
It's very viscous. And tastes like copper.
Why is it so metallic? Oh, good. Well, Emma, thanks for being on. Is there anything else that you wanted to add? Anything else that you wanted to promote? Where can people find you online?
I'm at emmaelizabethchristensen.blogspot.com. That's where I sometimes blog, although honestly the best place to find me is thekitchen.com. That's my main home base. And then I'm on Twitter and Instagram at what is my name again? At Christensen Emma. Some woman in Canada has at Emma Christensen and refuses to talk to me about it. So I am at Christensen Emma instead.
That's
I know, seriously.
Uncharacteristically rude for a Canadian.
Yeah, seriously.
And her name's not even Emma. It's like Megan or something like that. I don't understand. But
Emma was her nickname. Yeah. Stupid Canadian nickname.
So everybody troll that account.
Don't do that. She seems very nice. Just
sure.
And where can our listeners find the book here?
Oh, you can find the book kind of everywhere. Amazon. They have it at Barnes & Noble. Ask your local indie bookstore to order it, and I'm sure they would be happy to order it for you if it's not there already. But libraries, get it from the library. I don't care how you get it, just find it and enjoy homebrewing.
I'm sure we'll post the deets for it too on the blog.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah.
Very cool. Well, hey, thanks again. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Awesome. Should I log out now while you guys continue?
Oh no, we're gonna do our outro. You can hang out for a little while if you want.
Oh, okay, cool.
It's like on the Daily Show when people try to get up and he's like, "No, stay seated." Sit down.
All right, I'm good.
All right. So if you want to find Four Brewers online, you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat. You can find us pretty much everywhere. You can find all that information at fourbrewers.com. If you want to get in touch with us directly, you can find us at feedback@fourbrewers.com.
Rate us on iTunes, guys.
Yeah, rate us on iTunes.
Patreon.com/4brewers.
Patreon.com/4brewers.
And you're looking at me like there's something else we're missing.
When is this episode going up? I don't know when this is going up.
This is probably going to go up,
after
tomorrow,
next Saturday.
Tomorrow. Cool. In that case, this Saturday, come to Hamilton Family Brewery in Rancho Cucamonga for our anniversary party. For $12, you can get a pour of our beer and our anniversary glass.
Mosaic Saison.
I think it's $12.
I can't wait to drink that beer.
It's pretty good. It's super good.
If you're a patron on Patreon, you get the glass and the pour for $10.
For $10, yeah, you're getting 20% off.
And depending on if the glasses sell out or not, you can buy another glass for $7. And if they still don't sell out, then we might have them for sale online.
Yeah. So we'll keep you updated on that. Come and hang out with us. It's going to be a really good time.
And according to Josh, we made a saison that's dry hopped with Mosaic.
Yes.
And it turned out, according to him, pretty awesome.
I had some of it, and it was pretty awesome.
We had it before the dry hop, and it was tasting great. So I'm looking forward to trying it.
Yeah. Imagine that plus Mosaic. So Jason's right up your alley.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. A dash of Mosaic. We didn't want to make it like IPA like, but it's really great.
A quarter ounce.
Yeah, exactly. Quarter ounce. Quarter ounce in 3 barrels.
2 pellets.
So yeah, thanks again, Emma.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks a lot for having me, guys.
All right. Brew the shit out of it. Yay,
Right,
that was great.
right.
Woo!
Well done.
We did it.
Yay.
I think that
We
went
survived.
I'm looking
Sorry
forward
about the
to.
milk stout. I feel like that one just sucked. I had it like 2 weeks ago, and it was awesome. And now I'm like, wow.
It almost had a bit of infection on it. Or something.
It was infected.
Yeah, it did not seem good. Sorry, guys.
Yeah,
That's okay. We just didn't talk about it. So.
Yeah, it's good.
No worries.
That's why we had the other ones to fall back on.
There
We're
you
like,
go.
you know what? Let's move on. Moving on.
We should have like raked it over the coals. Like, so why is this
Glad you
infected?
ranked
So what'd you fuck up on this
Tell me
one?
about the troubleshooting.
You
Is
fancy
there-
yourself some sort of home brewer, do you?
Tell me about the troubleshooting part of the book. No, I didn't want to go down that road.
But no, that was really great. How
still
do you
drink
feel? You feel good about it?
Oh yeah, thanks guys. This was
Right on.
super fun. I think you picked up all the awesome talking points that I always want people to talk about.
There you go.
Right on.
Great.
Cool.
Yeah, and I totally didn't know that you worked for the kitchen. That's really great. I love that
Kitchen's
website
awesome.
a lot.
Awesome.
It's a
I'm glad
really
you like
well-done
it.
website.
Yeah, that's my place.
That's like one of like the 4 reasons that I still use an RSS feed reader.
You know what? I'm actually, because I'm really wrestled with Reddit lately. Not like just, I don't know. It seems like it's imploding on itself, anyways.
Totally.
So I just went back to my RSS reader this week, and I've been really happy. I'm like, wow, there's a lot of articles I really like on here when I've handpicked it from only the websites I like.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, what am I using? I actually, it's one of those things that I used to use it so much. I have it like I used to have it on the bottom dock. Feedly. I'm using Feedly.
Yeah.
It's like the only one left.
Because when
isn't it?
Google shut down Reader, I think Feedly is the one that basically took their code and made something as close to Reader as possible.
Yeah.
So.
They've improved it a little bit too. It did a bad job of, like, if you had a whole shitload of feeds like I did, like I do. Reader did a good job of kind of being like, here are the top stories in that feed, like sorting it for you, so you didn't have to go through all 2,000 links.
Yeah, so you didn't like go on like, oh, there's a post on Fred's blog saying I like potatoes or whatever the fuck.
But Feedly was kind of bad at that, and it's gotten better.
Nice.
So.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. Speaking of like the whole food blog thing, I had like the kitchen and a couple others, and then I had like all of those food blogs, and all of them stopped updating because they all are writing cookbooks now.
Yeah.
You know,
You got to make
My
a buck,
least
man.
favorite thing is like people who get popular on the internet, and then they're like, I got a book deal now. Fuck off, internet fan base.
Well,
And
even
then
disappear.
Jesse Friedman, his blog Beer and Nosh, that was a popular blog,
Right.
And he, he's like, well, I'm not doing that anymore, and he didn't become an author; he became a brewer and a brewery owner. But it seems like a natural evolution. If you're that much into your thing, you tend to do something bigger and better.
well, and also, I imagine you go for the thing that's the most profitable. And if you're just doing like a
Cookbooks are
blog
not
spot,
super profitable though.
what's
They're
that?
Cookbooks are not profitable for the most part, unless you're like Smitten Kitchen and you're just like this huge, enormous blog. You don't make a lot of money on it.
Yeah,
what's that Thug one?
Thug Kitchen.
Oh.
Kitchen.
Yeah,
was
see that's
weird.
that's the secret. All you need is a shout out from Gwyneth Paltrow on Oprah, and all of a sudden you just blow the fuck up.
It's that simple.
Yeah,
Some
exactly.
Motherfucking asparagus, yo.
Yeah, and I love that. It's like, this is called motherfucking seitan, bitch.
All I know is I've seen pallets of that book at work, so apparently somebody's buying it.
Yeah, Costco.
Two white guys. There.
Costco is who's buying it.
Like,
The death metal vegan guy wins.
Vegan black metal chef. He's
black
black
metal
black metal.
Same thing.
They're
No,
different kind of metal.
whoa! Watch your ass.
I
Okay?
control you so easy.
There's like I know about 10 dudes who I would say that to that would come and kick your ass right now, right now. And half of them would be using clubs, and the other half would be using really fancy looking knives, and like a cleaver. Yeah, exactly, and a mace. Yeah, exactly. They would just beat you up with the spikes on their arms. Okay. God, Sam, what's wrong with you?
It's vegan metal chef, dude. I don't know. You knew what I was talking about.
This is the vegan generic metal chef.
There should be one.
Yeah.
I'm going to start that now.
Yeah, the vegan grindcore chef, where he does everything in his denim battle jacket and his long stringy hair that has.
I'm going to start the vegan hair metal chef.
Vegan hair metal chef.
All right, so we got that. We've got the worrywarts.
Worrywart,
yeah.
We're just nothing but business opportunities.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Giving them away.
Let's do it.
I want to do the vegan hair metal chef. That's so great. First, you're gonna cut some potatoes into big chunks, big old chunks. Oh!
I see, this is cold. This is cold. This is amazing.
Yeah.
Good thing we were recording all that.
Then you gotta straighten them
Were we actually?
with your headband.
Oh, good. We wouldn't want to deprive the world of this.
All right.
All right, kids. So
Thanks
that was super
again. This
fun.
was really great.
Yeah,
Thank
next
you.
time I'm down in LA, I hope I get to have a beer with you guys in person.
Absolutely.
Heck yeah.
Give us
Anytime.
a shout.
Anytime. Anything you want to do, just let us know. All right.
Rock on. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thanks, out.
Thank you.
Talk to you later.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
Yep.
That went very well.
Good show. Good show.
Yeah.
All right, so for our 6 viewers, we're going to take a little break, and we'll be back shortly.
Oh, nice.
We're doing Wicked Weed is on at 3, so
Yeah, we're going to have Wicked Weed at 3. We got to call Walt real quick.
okay. So while we're doing that, let's figure out the second show beers.
I've got Guess That Brews state from the last. I've got like 5 of them. I printed them out and shit.
Sweet.
Hey, I was wondering if you guys wanted any food. I was going to not be on the next one and go get food and then bring it
I
back.
have some Subway action. We can babble.
We edited you out though.
Now on.
Hello, we have sound.
Hey guys, we're back.
Hello.
We're still waiting for food. So no show.
I don't think I'm gonna wait before we eat.
I don't think we're waiting
before
for
we
food.
go. Yeah, Sarah's gonna sit this episode out. Let's go.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought we were waiting.
No, fuck no.
Waiting.
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 Thank you, Yvonne.
Thanks, Yvonne.
Sad.
Be glad.
I think we're gonna have another dog.
Please don't.
Like you're gonna birth it?
Guess what?
Don't worry,
guys?
John. In 2 years, you're gonna have a weird, creepy pet house. It's gonna smell like animals.
I had a weird, creepy pet house when I bought this house, like the chinchillas and all the fish, and
That's true.
yeah, it was weird. This room was a jungle, and it stunk.
Chinchillas. Yum.
Yeah, the web client like doesn't want to scroll now.
I don't
that's
know.
weird.
Yeah, that's because I
just
noticed.
closed it.
Yeah, it's just like it's already like as soon as it scrolls off, it's fucked up again. So
I wonder if that's something I can change.
Maybe try a different browser.
and fuck that.
Safari instead.
See, maybe I can go into private with
Guaranteed.
Yes. Well, how do you make operator message? I think I got it. Let's see.
Computing.
Who gives a shit? Let's just fucking go.
Ooh. I made a song
that's
on
it.
the
Slash
on the airplane.
message chance.
Where's you did?
Serve.
I'm very surprised at your skills with that thing, by the way. I tried doing something.
Oh.
I sampled
admittedly,
the.
Boom. Boom.
Admittedly, I was pretty drunk.
Let me see if I can find it.
Boom. Boom. The new school banger.
Loading my song 5. Can't really hear it.
Oh. Hey, I'm an operator now. I did it. Figured it out. Let's see.
There's a dogfight happening out there now.
Options. There's no option for auto scroll.
Yeah, no, you're looking at IRC options. This is a client problem.
Oh.
Hey, Armando's in there. Hi, Armando. Philip Lorenzini. What's up, dude?
This needs like a rap over it now.
CC. Into his Z. Can they hear us right now?
Yeah.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah.
Chan serve.
Chan service. They kind of hold down the fort. If you have an IRC channel and there's no one in it, it goes away, basically.
Easter.
And so I've claimed #4Brewers. And so you sign up for Chan Serve, and Chan Serve always stays in that room,
Chan serve.
even when no one else is in there. That's what that's there for.
Keep it open. Because otherwise the next person that gets in is now the channel operator and they can ban people and do whatever else.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, yeah.
That's unfortunate.
See, if you have an @ symbol right here, you're an operator.
Oh.
So I can make Jason an
Give me a
operator.
plus. Can I get a plus?
Let me do it, Jason.
I need a. Jason, you still want to sell me your Chromebook?
Maybe.
That would be rad.
I say maybe because I think I just broke my laptop.
Like right now?
No, I have another laptop that a full container of coarse ground pepper fell right onto. And it wouldn't boot up. That was yesterday, and I couldn't be asked to troubleshoot it, so it may or may not be permanently damaged.
From the impact or from the pepper particles?
Another pepper didn't actually come out of the thing. It just slammed on it. It fell from like the counter. I had it like sitting there while I was cooking, and it was like,
Oh.
Jason's an operator now. Look at that.
fuck yeah.
He's opt.
You get fucking banned.
Scotty M. Sup, Scotty?
What's up, beer drinker?
Armando
427
wants to know what happened to Slack. Slack might be a good alternative for, like just a generic IRC chat.
Yeah, well, what the fuck? How does that shit work? Slack? I don't know.
I don't even know what Slack is. That is a rapper handle. If I like, yeah, that's she's like a Brooklyn female rapper who doesn't take any sass from anybody.
Yeah, Native American.
Slackajawea.
I'm just gonna fucking get MRC and fuck off.
Actually, I think Slackajawea might be a British female rapper. Slackajawea.
Yo.
After I'm at, yeah, no, I can't. I don't even want to try. That's like attempting a freestyle is something that I won't even touch.
Slackajawea, down with diarrhea.
Armando.
God, that's why I won't do it. You have to be really good at rhyming, and I'm
Call
bad
me
at rhyming.
rhinoceros. My lyrics are bottomless.
It's so funny. Silence. I'm not a big fan of those guys, but that one's funny.
Hip hopopotamus.
Pop lock and beats from Korea.
Did we have that Slack thing? How did that work?
You have to download Slack. They have a web client also.
Oh, fuck that. No. Well, then we might as well just tell people to download fucking MRC.
No, they have a web thing too. I mean,
well, it's garbage.
A web app.
Let's see.
Let's download all the shit.
Got them childbearing hips.
Yeah, Slack.com.
Baby just pop right out.
I mean,
Boink.
I don't like anything that requires people to register for it. Oh,
Okay.
baby.
I really don't care. Armando says it's awesome, but
Let's do a fucking show.
Okay.
we're recording.
Welcome to Four Brewers. My name is Matt Becker, and as always, I'm joined by
John Holzer.
Jason Harris.
Greg Nagel.
We've got kind of a good old fashioned hanging out and drinking beers and whatever type show.
Vacation beers, let's call it.
Vacation beers. I'm okay with that because Greg, you just went on vacation or just got back from vacation.
I went to Oregon. There's a state above us called Oregon that is super cool. It turns out I went up to Portland and Newport and up the coast to Astoria.
I hear you can buy growlers at titty bars up there.
Yeah, that's true. I was with my kids, so
of course he did that.
We did not do that, but
because it's Oregon.
There's growlers of kombucha in the grocery stores, and you can get growlers of beer, which I was so tempted to get like an Opal from Firestone Walker for $8 for the fill, but that didn't happen.
Yeah,
but
you bought a fancy new camera too. Took a bunch of cool pictures.
Oh yeah, the cameras.
Yeah,
super rad.
Didn't you get a Pentax?
It's a Pentax, man.
That's a pretty like unusual choice.
I've shot Pentax my entire life. That was my first camera. Was a Pentax ME Super when I was in like junior high.
No shit.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Photo geek.
When I saw yours, I was thinking about switching to Micro Four Thirds. I don't know if I want to.
Don't do that. No.
No,
John, you want full frame is what you want.
I do, but I can't
frame,
afford
dude.
it. God damn it!
Mine's full frame, and it's waterproof.
It's full frame.
Yeah,
Is it really?
and it has Wi-Fi.
How much?
It's like
$750 for the base model.
For just the body, or
Yeah, the body with the 18 to 50 millimeter lens.
really?
Yep,
18 to 50. What? 4.0 or
4.0. Yeah,
nice?
I'm
That's a
assuming
good.
everyone got some of this.
yeah, it's not
already.
bad.
That's a good fucking deal.
Yeah, we got.
It takes some nice photos. I was really impressed. Like,
The
you
one
took
I
a
got
lot of
look
great
good.
photos.
What are
Yeah,
you?
thanks.
What are you using for processing?
Nothing. Those are raw.
Really?
Yep.
What?
I went straight from that to my phone to post.
That's pretty dope, dude.
There's an app. There's an app on the phone.
I can't do that. Like
I can
I'm
live
impressed.
shoot. I can live shoot with the camera. With
I
my
live in
phone.
Lightroom.
Remember what we were talking about
Really?
about you being a warrior?
Well, I mean, I'll admit my photos are not that great when they're raw. Like, but
I don't know.
It's not because I'm a bad photographer. It's just
I don't know,
They're
dude,
not
like,
what I want them to look like.
We,
you know?
we had this conversation like about some of the photos that you took before, and I was like, what did they look like when they weren't processed? And they look pretty goddamn good.
Yeah, but they don't.
They went
look,
from looking good to better.
Yeah,
Most of the stuff I had to fix, I fixed in Picasa just because I'm familiar with it, and most of it was because I accidentally fucked up the white balance or something like.
And
And
You
so
don't-
it
you
came
don't
out like
do-
orange.
You
No,
don't
it was
do-
just like super bright, you
Right.
know. I'm just like, so I had to dial it back.
and you don't do a lot of post processing anyway. You just kind of add filters and not add filters, but you have like a preset thing you do, and you kind of go with that.
With my
for
older
certain-
camera, well, with this one, I'm not going to do anything like that just because the quality's so good.
huh?
Well, speaking of cameras, we're drinking beer.
We are drinking a beer. So, yeah, my last day on the trip, we went up and saw the Goonies house up in Astoria, Oregon.
The Goodies
The
house?
I saw a
Goonies.
picture of it, and it has
the
a
Goonies
giant
house.
Star of David hanging off it, right?
Yeah,
That's
it's pretty
weird,
big.
right?
The dude was outside washing his car while we're outside.
He's just like,
in front of
if people are going to come visit this house, then they're at least going to learn a little bit about Judaism.
Hey, good on him. Good on him.
Good on him.
So you good on him.
Good on him, yeah.
Good for them. Good for them. It's like, you know what? God damn it, you're coming here. I'm giving you some of my message.
God damn it.
Yeah,
Spreading the word.
motherfucker.
Spreading the word of Judaism, motherfuckers.
So, Fort George, longtime fans may remember, was one of the first, one of our first early episodes. We did Fort George 3-Way IPA.
That's right.
It was, and this is collab with the Commons.
The Commons, yeah, they're also a Portland brewery.
Commons, who have like their stuff's kind of like trickled out down here, which I've enjoyed, like all the Commons stuff that I've had so far.
Exactly.
This is Plasm
With a Z.
Farmhouse Ale. Plasm.
Oh, this is a farmhouse ale.
It is farmhousey. It comes off more as herbal to me than farmhousey, but it's still refreshing as all hell.
Yeah, it's kind of phenolic.
What? No.
Yeah.
What?
Whoa.
No.
Hey. Oh wow.
Oh, wow. It's a farmhouse beer.
Wow.
Welcome to Wilson on Beer. It's Owen Wilson's show about beer, man. Oh, wow. That's real hoppy.
Oh, shit.
I got John while he's drinking.
He's like,
It's a farmhouse beer, huh? Wow.
It's farmhouse beer in a can. Wow.
Got that in cans now. Wow.
Can. Wow. That's very unusual.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, okay, it is phenolic, but it's phenolic in like a farmhousey way. I'm not saying it's like plasticky or anything like that.
right, it's a pleasant. It's kind of herbal to me. I mean, it comes off as kind of like a sage or
I like how
some sort of.
I like how the malt's kind of toasty. Mm-hmm. Like that's not something that you run into very often.
Are there any details on the beer on the can? What can we learn?
This limited edition seasonal is a collaboration between Fort George, the Commons, and Plasm Magazine, apparently.
Oh.
Free Plasm Magazine sampler, plasm.com/farmhouse, Fort George Brewery and Public House, 1483 Duane Street, Astoria, Oregon.
Was there?
Unfiltered, expect sediment at the bottom of the can. Drink fresh, do not age. Designed by Plasm, 6.5%. 6.5%. That's it.
Plasm all
So
over
Phil
face.
Lorenzine in the IRC brought up that he does not still get farmhouse, quote unquote, as a style of beer.
Yeah, well, it's like
Because it's bullshit.
yeah.
Unless you have a farmhouse that you're brewing out of.
The thing is, like, here's how I look at it: is farmhouse has become kind of like what IPA has become, where it's not. It doesn't have like greater context meaning as much as it does. It just like indicates certain characteristics. It's going to be, like a lot of yeast character. It's going to be really dry. It's going to be like mid ABV. It might have a little bit of acidity.
Sounds like you're describing a saison.
Essentially, yeah. Which farmhouse and saison are pretty much the same thing. I think one thing is like farmhouse is better because it's more of a catch-all. I think saison is. When you say saison, you think more along the like the Saison DuPont like area.
Gotcha.
And so I think farmhouse is just like kind of like all encompassing. I'm kind of okay with it.
As example, just whatever Jester King makes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. If Jester King makes something, it's a farmhouse, whatever they made.
Yeah.
They make an IPA. God damn it, it's a farmhouse IPA because it's fucking Jester King.
When I see farmhouse on a label, I expect it to be a little funky. Not your everyday run-of-the-mill beer. So it's going to have some different flavors to it.
Yeah, rusticity.
Yeah, it's got to be rustic.
Rusticity?
Yeah.
Rusticity.
Is that a word?
We're going to make that a fucking category for rating beer from here on out. Like rusticity out of 5.
And the sculpins and the rusticity.
Yeah,
5 out of 5.
sculpins out of 5. Rusticity out of 5. Like, it's only 1 out of 5 rustices.
It's a little bit rusty.
How would you
It's
rate
kinda rusty.
the puckerageness of this beer?
Puckerageness.
Puckeridge rusticity.
Puckeridge and rusticity. Puckeridge and rusticity sounds like the name of a law firm.
Oh, yeah.
I like this. I like it's pretty good. I got the dregs too. I didn't even for some reason I thought we were going to drink an IPA from Fort George, But
well, yeah, I mean, one thing that I do have to say is that I still think that farmhouse beers or saison in cans is weird to me. I'm still, I know it's purely like a weird, like me thing.
In a can.
Oh wow, it's in a can.
Oh wow! Embrace the fact that cans are a superior format.
Yeah, they're all lined with.
And
plastic
hey,
anyways, right?
not necessarily. I mean, did you guys see that Jester King is actually going to green bottles intentionally?
I saw that,
beers?
and at first I poo-pooed on it, but then I
for the
immediately
lulz.
after I poo-pooed on it, I was like, okay, I know why they're doing
They
this.
don't have
Yeah.
high hops. They don't have high hops.
Don't have
High hops. That's a Frank Sinatra song.
Sky
High
hops.
hops. Thanks for the bailout, Jason.
I was really wanting to just like let that one sink like a rock in a pond, but you know,
Nope.
Bloop.
No man left behind.
it's very big of you, Jason.
So green bottles because
so-
they don't have high hopped beers.
At a rubber tree
well,
plant.
they do. So
Oh.
like Witchmaker is one of them.
So they want skunk.
They have that one
To an
that's
extent,
got
yeah.
a hop lion on the front.
Yes, exactly, the Noble King.
Yeah, yeah.
And so they're saying that for like I think it's for some of them. I don't know if they're doing it for all of them, but they actually want some of that skunky character because they were. I was reading the article that the guy wrote, and
they
he
got
said
their
that
minds poisoned by the dude
The
from
rusticity.
Fantome. They're like, we did a collab with Fantome, and we're deciding to pick up some of their bad habits.
They decided that I think it was because DuPont was going to start putting Saison DuPont in brown bottles.
What really?
I read that. I think that I don't know if that was part of the same article, but I think I read that somewhere, and it was like it might be lacking that character you get from a green bottle. Where
they were talking. Yeah, they were talking
skunked.
about how that was like part of the character of Belgian saison that they didn't get in the United States, and there was like that certain something they couldn't figure out what it was, and so they did some tests in green bottles, and they're like, well, yeah, that's a big part of it. It's just having that little bit of extra skunkiness.
But the thing about the green bottles is, I see why they're doing it, but at the same time, we kind of want green bottles to go away. You know what I mean? It's like we want the best of both worlds. The breweries that use green bottles, they kind of need to stick with it because we know their beer tastes that way because of the green bottle. But at the same time, we discourage people from using green bottles.
Well, here's my thing is, I think if you're doing it with specific stylistic intent, it's kind of different. You know what I mean? It's not like,
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it's not like with Heineken where they put it in a green bottle because they don't give a fuck, or it's probably cheaper, and that's the reason that they do it, or it just looks nice,
Yeah,
but
it's
completely
completely
fucks that beer up.
Honestly, I would say all of the Belgian beer that's in green bottles is a stylistic choice first, and it just so happened to have an effect on the beer.
Yeah,
I don't think
you
Cantillon
mean
was
stylistic?
like, we need green bottles so we can get it looks nice on the shelf.
Yeah, you mean stylistic as far as presentation.
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
aesthetic choice. Yeah. So I think it's an interesting thing. I wouldn't think that everyone ought to do it, but
I'm gonna
I think
start
it's
doing
it's
farmhouse
interesting.
beers and just Corona bottles. In
get
fact,
some of
I'm
that
just going to
serious-
repurpose the Corona bottles. Like, I'll get some.
You're literally going to take Corona bottles.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, they're not high hopped anyway, so you're not going to get that.
Yeah, it's not like
that weird whatever the.
Yeah, because all the
chemical
hops
things.
and all the real big hop profile in Corona is what makes it taste like a skunky ass mess.
What I found interesting,
Like 10
I was
IBUs.
talking to Nicole Ernie, one of the Master Cicerones, and she said in
the first Master Sister.
yeah, and she's like in her 20s or something. But
Yeah, she's a badass.
She was saying that people in England don't understand skunky because they don't have skunks in England. And they're like, they're trying to.
They don't?
Like, no, they're like trying to describe
What, they
that
have
flavor.
hedgehogs?
They have rabbits.
No, like, yeah. But, like, what's, like, your random pest in England? Do they have possums?
I have no idea.
But possums aren't skunks.
Well,
They
it's
don't
well,
have-
I
I'm
mean,
just wondering
well, I mean,
now what kind of vermin
well,
they
it's
have.
like in rats.
I guess they have just old-fashioned rats.
Yeah,
They do
yeah.
have, like, hedgehogs. That's a thing.
I think they
over
have
there.
hedgehogs. Well, it's also it's kind of funny. I was thinking about this. It's like you think about all the weird animals like in Australia. They have like wallabies.
Koakas.
Yeah, but like parts of the world they don't have possums. Those are very strange looking animals. You
Yeah,
know.
possums are fucked up.
Yeah, coyotes. They're
Possums
like a lot
are
of places
fucked
don't
up.
have coyotes.
Coyotes just look like weird little dogs. Everyone can kind of
They
get
look
that.
like weird fucking dogs though.
Like scrappy dogs.
Yeah, they look like dogs that like haven't had a good meal in 2 years.
That's kind of what they are.
Yeah, I wonder what a fattened up coyote looks like. But here's the
Just
other
feed
thing.
them Roadrunners.
Yeah.
Not a lot of meat on a Roadrunner. That's
I
why
was
it's
going to
so
say
different.
they're very stringy. You know, that's
They're all feathered.
that's the thing that they never acknowledge about the Roadrunners. Is they're very stringy.
Should have eaten a turkey or something.
Very
They don't
sinewy.
run as fast.
Yeah, exactly. But as far as like the Belgian skunking thing go, I think it's one of those things that like it's kind of there is a certain level that's acceptable or should be. It's kind of like with diacetyl and English beer, where we have been so hardwired in all of our brewing knowledge to think that this is a flaw and it should be eliminated like at any cost, that having a little bit of that in there to have that little extra bit of complexity is like just a really like, for me at least, is like something that I have trouble. It's like cognitive dissonance, you know. I have trouble getting my head around that, but it's
historic
how
too.
It is. Yeah, it has historical context, and like I said, it does add a certain amount of complexity to it. You know, the diacetyl thing, like I just can't do. Like I can't do
I'm gonna
diacetyl whatever.
be historical and put an actual wooden bucket, like the history of a growler. My growler's just gonna be a bucket with a lid because it growls from the carbonation. It's historic.
What? So that's my thoughts on that.
But I think are we still advocates for like getting rid of green bottles?
Yep.
Nah, well, to an extent, I think. Like I think they do have their place.
You can't have
And
both.
Here's the other thing is
Because like
I think you can actually.
But the only reason we like those beers with that skunkiness is because they were put in these green bottles not to acquire the skunkiness, but because it looked good, and it just so happens that we drink these beers, and now that's what they taste
They're
like
good
to
despite their inferior container.
yeah, you know what? And I think it stands out on the shelf too. You know, green bottles. I think the newer beer drinker is like, oh, Heineken,
Green
Beck's, this beer is green and it's
But
got
I'm
a cool
talking-
label.
Hear me out.
I'm talking strictly
Anodized green cans.
Well, you know, I think that it's a good point, because for most beers, yes, we do want to get rid of them, but I don't know. And it's funny because if you listen to the Saison episode, I like actively was like, nah, fuck their green bottles. But after reading that thing that Jester King put out, I'm kind of coming around. So I'm very conflicted on this issue. So
as long as it doesn't taste shitty, I'm fine. I'm fine with it.
Exactly. And that's another thing. It's like you open a Saison DuPont, it's going to have some of that skunky character. It's still fucking delicious.
No, I agree.
So I don't know. It's a good question.
I don't want to get rid of green bottles. I think maybe we need to educate.
Yes,
It's
exactly.
like if you're going to use green bottles, know why you're using them.
Yep.
Don't
Yes.
just use them because they're pretty kind of thing.
Educate, excite, and engage.
That's what we're here for.
Triple E.
Yes. Triple E.
IEEE.
But this beer is good. I kind of dig it. I'd drink another can of it.
Dude,
I would not kick it out of bed.
Fort George, if you ever go up to Astoria, I mean, definitely go in there. It's multi-floor. They've got a rad bar, spiral staircase going up to the top.
That's
there's,
rad.
There's 4 brewer stickers in the bathroom that my kid ran out, and she's like, Daddy, there's a 4 brewer sticker on the wall in there.
And so to be
I was
clear,
like, no,
you
there's
didn't
not.
place that in there, right?
No, I did not.
I wonder how
You
it got
didn't
there.
put that in there?
I didn't.
That's pretty rad.
Oh, that's cool.
That's dope. Yeah.
I went pee in the bathroom, didn't even see him. It was my daughter who was like, oh my God.
Nice.
Dude.
Immigrant for brew sticker in the buffer.
Thanks, whoever did that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was pretty sweet.
Yeah,
In both
if-
bathrooms.
If you did that, like, let us know, because we want to thank you on air. You also on your trip, you went to Pafreem.
Pafreem. This was on a recommendation from our friend of the show, Mike Sardina.
Oh,
I was
yeah.
down in San Diego and for their 3rd anniversary of Society, which was awesome. And he's like, definitely check out Freem, man. It wasn't on our radar, and we just happened to show up, and all their beers were on point.
Dude,
So-
I remember like for CBC, like after CBC, everyone was like, "Fucking Freem, dude!" Like people were
I
freaking
never
out
heard
about
of
it.
him until he said it. I was
Yeah.
like,
Do you have Freem Pilsner?
we do. I think it's in the fridge.
It's in the fridge.
Oh,
Boop.
sweet.
Edit point.
Or we can keep talking.
Nope.
Oh, it's in that fridge. I thought it was in the kitchen fridge.
no.
So it's in the Freem fridge.
Freem fridge.
Cream fridge.
This is
Cream fridge is like cream fraiche.
Freem fridge. Freem fridge. This is the one that I kept hearing people like rave about, was this Pilsner. So I'm definitely looking forward to trying this.
Isn't that a pretty looking Pilsner?
It is a pretty looking
It's a
Pilsner.
happy little pill.
It's like as light as you can possibly be.
I also like how it's coming in the like 500 mil.
Pliny bottle.
Tiny bottle.
Well, that's not just the Pliny bottle. That's also like the Weinstefaner bottle,
Oh yeah.
which I like a lot.
It's got a very white, fluffy, cloudy head, and it is crystal clear and super
That
light.
is a beautiful label. Oh my god!
Isn't that
Yeah,
pretty?
their art kicks ass. Like,
I've only ever had them on draft, so this is my first time seeing bottles.
I want to be an artist. God damn it!
They did a collab with my hype brewery du jour of Highland Park.
Oh,
Highland, really?
Yeah, Highland Park did a collab with Freem. They did
Is this another one of the beers that we had at LA Beer Week?
funky. No, this is a couple months ago. They did a funky pale ale.
Oh,
If I'm being honest, the non-collab version was better. It was like a kind of a farmhouse pale, and it was just a regular pale before, and the regular pale is better.
yeah. All right. Well, now that we know that Freem's edition made it not good, let's try this beer. God damn, if this isn't a pretty beer.
No
Jesus,
doubt.
Look at this.
If we had Pilsner glasses, I would probably ejaculate.
Yeah. I am going to ejaculate right now. Wait for it. There it is.
You know what would look good in the Four Brewers first anniversary glass.
That's what
Yes.
I have on it.
By the way, how awesome was the first anniversary party, you guys?
Yeah, it was so fun.
It was amazing.
Remember that person got way drunk and then shenanigans happened?
I think
Oh,
John,
the shenanigans.
John pooped in the urinal.
Did he? I missed out on that one. I heard that John pooped everywhere. He was just pooping.
They just poop all over the place.
He pooped in a Four Brewers glass. It was amazing.
Wherever he found a spot, he found a place to poop.
John was marking his territory that day.
Then there was two girls that
Let's not.
licked
Don't.
the poop.
Please don't go
I
there.
only had one glass. So
Only one.
There's going to be some soft piano music.
Only one glass of poop.
2 girls, 1 glass.
Oh.
one Four Brewers glass. Two girls, Four Brewers.
Hey,
Everyone here has
one
seen
glass.
that.
Hey,
right?
gang at home, don't put this in your butt.
No, I have not seen Two Girls, One Cup.
Not even
Fortune.
like the first 10 seconds.
It's the best.
No one. I want
Nah,
nothing to do with
I knew
it.
what it was, and I was like, that's good. I've seen people shit before.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't want to see like those kinds of bodily like ejections, like going back and forth.
Pooping back and forth forever.
Poop swapping is a thing.
What
in
kind
Brazil.
of bodily ejections do you want to see happening?
Do you really want me to answer that question?
Yeah.
bodily ejections?
In this case, a yes and a no cancel each other out to a no.
Okay.
How was this beer?
It's everything that you dream and
It's a Pilsner. It's great. It's on point. You know, I like it better than Parvo pills.
It does have something different than Pivo pills.
It's not as bitter.
Definitely.
Firestone's going to get word that
It's hoppy, though.
that we've just repeatedly referred to their beer as Parvo pills. And just send us a punch in the dick in the mail. Like we open a box and it's just a boxing glove that comes out.
Place over crotch. Press button.
This is really nice. It's super clean. It's got a nice like hoppy pop to it.
Hoppy pop.
No, this is good. I can kill a bunch of these.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have 5 more?
What's the
Damn.
alcohol on this?
I would say it's 5-ish.
Let's see if I got some info. Here we go. Freem Pilsner is refreshing and flavorful. I'm sorry. Freem Pilsner is as refreshing and powerful and flavorful. I can't read. Is as refreshing and flavorful as its European cousin, and with aromas of fresh flowers and honey, we've managed to fit the Pacific Northwest into each bottle.
So
4.9.
Oh, so
It's a kerfuffle.
it's pretty much
Bottle
two
on-
style, I guess.
Yeah, and this was bottled May 26th, so it's had a little bit of time on it, but it's still kicking ass.
I muled it back.
Yeah.
And he had that uncomfortable bottle up his ass for 4 years.
By the way, I flew Alaskan Airlines, which I've never done before, and they have a thing with Portland where you can box up
You can get growler fills on the plane.
You can use a box of wine or beer that you bought from Portland, and they'll just check it for free.
What? Really?
Yeah.
That's
so
amazing.
that's what I did. I went to a FedEx store somewhere like in Portland, just boxed them up nicely. This box actually that I brought them in, and they showed up perfectly.
They didn't.
Nice.
They didn't have to be in like a styrofoam shipper or anything.
No.
Yeah,
They
because
just put fragile stickers all over it, and
every time I go to the
Fragile.
every time I go to the airport, they're
Those
like,
alcohols.
"What's this?" And it's like, "It's beer." And it's like, "Well, just pretend it's wine." Okay. And Steve, when we went to,
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Steve ended up, he couldn't take his.
yeah, it was JBF, and he had a case of beer, and it was in a brewery box.
Yeah.
Which that's pretty much what he was bringing.
mine was just plain.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, but
No
it's because
beer
it didn't
label.
have any styrofoam
Any protection.
stuff,
Right.
and they were like, "You can't do that." So Yvonne had to come pick it up and
I wrapped each
Take
beer
it
in
home.
my socks and padded it with underwear. So
Nice.
Oh, sweet. So this beer is underwear padded.
It is.
Good to know.
When I came home from Seattle, well, I didn't get any. I was right in the middle, which is that I bought a wine chipper and I brought it and checked it, and they didn't ask me anything about it. They weighed it and they're like, it's under the weight. Go
It
ahead.
really
Go
annoys
ahead.
me how they're like, "What is this?" And it's just like it's a liquid. It's fine.
It's gasoline.
Just calm down. I'm not bringing fuel onto the plane to blow up.
You know what
They're
it is?
all Molotovs.
It's Nunya. That's what it is, motherfucker.
Yeah, exactly.
It's Vegemite.
Check it.
It's
Here's
literally.
your $25.
This is literally our business. Like, flying this plane is the business that we are in. Oh, okay. Well, then it's beer.
But yeah, this is solid.
This is really great.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Hey, Jason.
Would buy that again.
Oh, hello.
Hey, do you have something for us here?
Oh man, I just
A little
finished
bit
it.
of
We're doing that? I thought we had like 14 other Freem beers to drink.
Yeah.
We can do that while we're drinking this.
Well, I just
Good.
drank all mine.
Brew.
Yeah,
Well,
we
then,
need-
okay, then
we need
fine.
more beer first.
All right, fine. Fuck it, fine.
Spoiler for later in the episode.
All
There
right,
are
what
still
else do
guess
we
that
want?
brews coming up.
All right. Jesus.
There's a Belgian style blonde ale.
Yeah. What do we have? You have a saison
The
blonde
saison
ale.
was good.
Let's do the Belgian blonde first because it's like that, and then
The
Flemish.
Flanders is barrel aged. I don't know if you know what that means, but
Is barrel aged? It means it was
That's what
aged.
it
In
says.
it means it was aged in a barrel.
well, I didn't say what kind of barrels is what I'm like.
Does it matter?
Fancy barrels.
I mean, yeah.
Wooden
Yeah, they're
barrels.
steel
Just that
barrels,
So the Belgian blonde.
stainless steel
We'll go that route.
barrels.
Those are a thing.
They are a thing.
Are the
I'm
Belgians
actually.
known for being blonde?
What
What does a Belgian look like?
kind of
Typically
like
around
a
5'5", usually white.
Whoa.
Wow. that has some force behind it. Good on you. I think a Belgian looks like a halfway between a Frenchman and a
German?
Don't say it. A Frenchman? Really, Matt? Really? A Frenchman?
We're going around.
a French person. I don't know.
Yeah, hey, how come Frenchman is perfectly okay to say?
But a Chinaman.
Yeah,
that's
Chinaman's not appropriate, but
that's-
Frenchman
Chinaman's hat.
is fine.
I mean,
I
It's-
don't
it's
think
just-
Frenchman was ever
it's-
used as like an extraordinarily derogatory,
Yeah, exactly.
dismissive term.
All right, all right,
When
all
they were dying working on railroads.
Yeah, that's the reason.
We will
Oh,
not
okay.
work on the railroad.
I was unaware.
No, we will not build a railroad, but here is a statue.
At first, I wasn't sure if you were doing a bad Chinese accent or a bad French accent.
Oh, wow. It works for both. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, the thing is, all
Let's
you have to do
offend
is
the French.
change the L's to the R's, and you have a really terrible Chinese accent.
Hey.
I wasn't saying it was a good one. I was saying it was terrible.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah.
Again, bottle art on this is sweet. It's like embossed.
Yeah, they have a really nice logo. Is it embossed, really?
It's got the P and the F
It's raised?
is, yeah.
That's rad.
Ream.
Oh, wow. It's like lifted right off of there.
Amazing. That's amazing.
Wow.
A sip of Freem Belgian-style blonde ale begins with notes of pear and cloves before segueing into a clean maltiness and ending with just enough bitterness to make you yearn for that first sip
Do
of
these
ale.
have names, or are they just Freem Belgian?
This is Belgian-style blonde ale.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's called. Which I kind of like. I like that they're just saying, like, this is the style, and they're not trying to call it, like, Belge-tastic or whatever the fuck.
It's pretty subdued. I mean, it's. I definitely get that pear thing that they're talking about.
Yeah, it's definitely got pear clove, for sure.
That was a good call.
Tasty overall. Again, clean.
What's
well done.
is there ABV on this guy? Is it like 8-ish or
7.5.
Yeah, 7.5. Also bottled on April 8th. So, again, holding up very well.
Nice bitterness to it as well.
I like that we're talking about beers that are like 3 months old, and we're like, wow, this ancient beer is
Wow.
surprisingly drinkable.
Wow, it's kind of old, but it still holds up really well. Wow.
What were you doing on April 7th?
Wow.
Yeah, tell us, Matt.
Wow.
This is
Huh?
we're turning this podcast into cereal, so
Serial as hosted by Owen Wilson. Wow,
Nice.
so there was this girl and she got killed. But then her boyfriend got arrested, but I don't think he did it.
let's call Adnan from prison.
April 7th, I was working at 8 Executive Park in Irvine.
Oh,
Oh shit.
In case you wanted to know.
Nice.
I'm sick of your shit, John.
This reminds me of like BPA from Gang. That's what this like stylistically reminds me of.
Yeah, it's pretty hoppy.
Yeah, it's pretty hoppy. I think BPA is a little bit toastier.
Yeah.
But
not my favorite.
I mean that as a very
delicious.
I mean that as a very favorable comparison because I think that beer's great. So yeah, so far 2 out of 2 rusticities from for Freem.
Good viscosity and the rustosity.
They're both. I would say both these beers are very clean, and traditional.
They're very well executed.
Yeah.
They're just dry enough. They're perfectly balanced in kind of every way. Maybe a little. This one's a little on the bitter side. But I mean,
but aren't we all?
It's,
I am.
Okay, if that's a complaint, it's a very small complaint. It's really good.
That we're all really bitter.
I'm just a little bit.
Yeah, no, I like how they're like good enough, or like they're like really good to the point where we're all like, yeah, that's good. That's about all we have to say. We don't have any smack to talk.
Well, these are both kind of classic styles, and they're done very well. But there's also kind of like, what more is there to say about a pilsner? I mean, it's a really well executed pilsner.
Yeah, it's good. I would drink the shit out of it.
I will say that these guys don't brew in like an industrial park. They're right across from Hood River, from like a natural state park.
Really?
It's probably the most beautiful place on the planet.
Rad.
And here they are just making some beers.
There's a lot more of those in Oregon where they're like, we built an actual farmhouse.
Logsden, dude. Yeah. Logsden. Literally in a farmhouse. In a barn. Is where the brew house is in a barn. Good for them. Good for them for having like that true farmhouse spirit and putting their shit in an actual farmhouse.
They have looser zoning laws up there.
Looser zoning laws is the name of a beer. Like, definitely. What else do we got?
We also have.
We're drinking more.
Do you want to do the saison or save the barrel age for last?
Yeah, let's save the barrel age for last. Let's do the saison.
Do you want to do a guess that brew while we're farting around, or?
You know what? Yeah.
We're just farting around.
When Nagel makes a suggestion, it's fine. But when Matt makes a suggestion, it's way too fast. We have to have one more beer.
No, I have beer now. I was out of beer previously, and now I actually have beer.
All right, that's fair. And now you're out of beer again. Spoke too soon.
John just
spoke too soon.
I just spilled my beer.
You just pissed your beer all over my keys.
Not in the book.
Oh no!
Not on my electronics under the table either.
Yeah, seriously, we have to move the book out of the way.
Okay, now
that book being Brew Better Beer by Emma Christensen.
Now we'll pause.
Friend of the show.
I realized that I printed the names of the beers really big on this paper, so don't look.
Bring extra paper towels.
Yeah, here's
add some garbage bags.
Here's Freem's like front door. Outside the front door is like Mount Hood.
Dope.
The Hood River.
Oh, some teepee. Well, the teepee does belong in the crack. Am I right?
It's for my bunghole. Do you want my bungholio to get polio?
You want any more of the Belgian blonde?
Yeah.
In this lobby, will there be teepee?
I tried to explain that to my daughter, and she's like, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Do you want my bunghole?
She's like, Daddy, can you send me some teepee? You want teepee? She's like, yeah, I want some teepee. What, do you want it for your bunghole? Ew.
And you're like, oh, you're
Dad, you're gross.
Yeah.
Dude, it's really weird because like I know I'd like to believe I'm still pretty young, but I'm starting to get like, oh man, I'm old type things.
Yeah.
We had this girl start in the Karina. Yeah. She started in the
marketing chick.
No. She started in the tasting room.
Okay.
She
short dark hair.
No.
Okay.
No. She's like 5'2" and she's blonde.
Oh, okay.
But she was from Riverside.
Riverside.
And she was like, the first thing she said, she was like, yeah, my parents, they live off of Overlook. And I'm like, they're doing well for themselves. And she was like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, no, it's just you're rich, money. That's one of those areas that it's like, I'm not talking about rich, I'm talking about wealth, But
Oprah Rich or
no, not Oprah.
Riverside Rich.
Yeah,
Riverside Rich.
Yeah, very high, very top of the Riverside Rich.
They have like 3 Sea-Doos.
Yes, exactly. 3 Sea-Doos, couple cars, one of which is real fancy, that kind of thing. Not Ferrari fancy, like high-end Mercedes fancy. But and then she was, and I'm like, so did you go to Poly living off Overlook? She's like, no, I went to King. I was like, oh, what year did you graduate? And she was like, 2010.
Oh, fuck.
And I'm like, oh, what?
That's 21 years after I graduated.
Yeah, and I'm like, and I'm like, oh Jesus, I graduated in 03. Like,
She's a youngin'.
yeah, and so she's like,
Welcome
she's
to my
like,
world, Matt.
So you're 22, 23, and
Yep.
and like, the assistant manager Lee is like about my age. Actually, I think he's younger than I am, which surprised me. And I was like, and she was, and he was like, yeah, she's not even the youngest. Oh. I'm like, oh my god.
Yeah. Oh, God.
Yeah. It was just, it was like a very surreal experience. I'm like, you're 7 years younger than I am.
There's a thing on
Jesus.
Reddit, and it was like my reaction when I hear the Foo Fighters on the classic rock station. And then it was a gif of the end of Good Will Hunting where Matt Damon's face fades into old man Matt. Actually, not Good Will Hunting. Saving Private Ryan. I'm dumb.
Yeah.
Foo Fighters'
we know
Foo Fighters' first record is 20 years old today.
Yeah, came out
God,
in...
really?
Yeah, it's not a very good record.
I actually liked it.
This Is a Call was all right. They were still a little too Nirvana-y. Like in a weird poppy way.
Hey, did you guys hear that Dave Grohl performed with a broken leg?
Yeah, that shit was
Yeah, he
dope.
broke his leg.
Oh, God.
And then he just kept going.
Oh, my God. That's amazing.
Dude, he legit broke one of the bones in his shin.
I don't
and
care.
then came back on stage and played.
I'm sick of hearing about it.
Way to be cool, Dave Grohl. I'm tired of how cool you are.
You brought it up. You're sick of hearing it, and you
Dave
brought
Grohl.
it up.
We're talking about Dave Grohl.
I like how you're like, oh, fuck this thing. Did you guys hear about this thing? Well, fuck that thing.
I'm just saying.
Fuck that thing that people are talking about. Let's talk about it.
I'm
Obama.
commentating on it. I'm editorializing.
So, Jason.
That was dope. Fuck you.
So,
Fuck you.
So, Jason. First, are you going?
Well, let's do this, and we'll pour a Freem Pils or no Saison.
Yeah.
Freem Saison.
Yeah,
So we're gonna do
since I dumped my
Freem Fresh.
Belgian.
Freem Fresh.
My Freem Fresh.
All right. So I've got a kind of a little bit of a twist on our Guess That Brew, which is that for each review, I've got a second opinion.
Oh.
So there's a
inspired by one of our
inspired by
favorite,
How Did This Get Made?
I was actually, dude. Did you listen to the Secret of the Use episode?
Yes, it was.
It was awesome.
Yeah,
it was awesome.
As awesome as that movie is terrible. They are babies.
So this is the Freem Saison.
This is Freem Saison that we're pouring around while Jason is loading up.
Freem Family Brewers.
So I was a little bit conflicted on this particular review, but I still feel that even though it's a weird, shitty gimmick review, that you guys will probably guess what beer it is.
Okay.
All right. 5 out of 5. Aroma 10 out of 10. Appearance 5 out of 5. Taste 10 out of 10. Palate 5 out of 5. Overall 20 out of 20.
Wow. They really,
they're into this beer.
really dug it.
Ejaculation 10 cc's out of 10 cc's.
Review in
10 cc's is not a whole lot of ejaculate.
What is a whole lot?
50.
All right. Asked and
I
answered.
haven't measured mine yet, so
You're missing out.
This review was placed in September of 2004. I like classic reviews.
Wow.
Go
That's
back
old school.
in the day.
Yeah.
Classic reviews.
Back when people couldn't just tick.
Yeah, they had to have a lot to say.
That's when
They
beer had
had
to
to-
get mattered.
Yeah, they had to put some effort into it.
All right, here goes this fucking gem of a review. Listen up, you filthy maggots. I will teach you the ways of beer loving whether you goddamn pussies like it or not.
Oh, no.
Because inside every fizzy yellow macro swiller is a beer lover trying to get out. You, what's your name? Bullshit. From now on, your name is Yellow Belly. You like that name? Good, because from now on, you're going to be down up on the floor of my head until you learn to love good beer, you miserable little piece of shit.
Wow, what kind of a sadist
This is a great review so far.
You wipe that smile off your face, and you wipe that fizzy, commie, yellow, deer drinking bitter beer grimace off yours. You make me sick. You make me want to vomit right in your fizzy yellow beer. Oh, we're not even halfway through.
I'm on this dude's side so
This
far.
is pretty awesome.
Just for the record, Jason printed these out.
Yes, I did.
He's ultra prepared.
I actually had these ready for the last set of recordings, and then we just didn't use them.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Well, still.
Yeah. All right. Vomit in your fizzy yellow beer, just so you have something of flavor in your drink. You little worm, you bottom fermenting, ass eating scumbag. I'll kick your ass. I'll shit in your beer to give it color and aroma. Now drop and give me 25. You, what's your favorite beer? Guinness, eh? Really sophisticated, huh? I admire your honesty. Hell, I like you. You can come over to my house and fuck my sister. Whack! Now get back up on your feet. Why did you join my beloved cores? So you're a drinker, eh? Let's see your beer face. Bullshit, you didn't convince me. Ah, that's a beer face. Work on it. And you, what are you looking at, you ugly fuck? You're a yellow beer drinking wussy too? I don't think I heard you correctly. I think I heard the level of class in this entire platoon drop by 200 points. I bet you drink beer like old people fuck. Here, have a splash of some real beer in your eyes. Here, gag on this. You happy now? You like my bottle? You think it's cute? You think it's funny? Bullshit. I'll kick your ass so far up between your shoulder blades you have to stand on your head to take a dump. What, you don't like your head in a toilet bowl? Then get your face out of that macro bottle, swill boy. Do you suck dicks? Are you a Peter Puffer? That's the most unfortunate, because you'd sure as hell get better mouthfeel and flavor with that than the piss water you imbibe. You like real beer? I can't hear you. Bullshit. I still can't hear you. Sound off like you got a pair. Okay, then good night, ladies, and repeat after me. This is my bottle. There are many like it, but this one is mine.
Oh, good God.
So
What beer was that?
Arrogant bastard.
Straight up
Yep.
from the...
It was going stone all the way.
Yeah, dude. There was
too many,
no
like-
way. There was no other way.
The wussy.
Could not have been any other beer.
Fizzy yellow.
And if you didn't catch on, that was Full Metal Jacket.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
was
wasn't going to do
badass.
an Arlie Army. Yeah, I was like, holy shit, this guy really committed. But let's get a second opinion, shall we?
Phil Lorenzini said, was that written by Greg Cook? He said that before you were done reading it, too.
Yeah, dude.
So
I mean,
It
you're
probably
like,
might have been.
it felt very stony. It really did.
Yeah. But Stoney, not in like
It's
the
like
fun,
the
like,
alternate text on their
hey.
bottle.
Yeah.
I want a stone bottle that just says this.
I was down with it until the ass to mouth thing, you know. But
speaking of Arrogant Bastard, did you guys see what Stone's doing with that? It's going on tour, basically.
Yeah, they're having a bunch of other people brew their beer.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
kind
weird.
of weird. Because
That's
when I
long.
first...
Did
when
they get the money?
I imagine they're getting some kind of licensing fee.
Well, when I first saw them announce something about Arrogant Bastard, I thought, oh, it's going away. And that kind of pissed me off because
Oh,
it
no way.
might not be
Not
a big
me.
seller, but that is Stone embodied.
No, that one still is in there. Like, I just got a
still,
mix
like-
pack. It was still one of their featured beers.
You do need to drink
but
that beer.
I'm just saying, when I first saw it, I thought it was going away, and then when I actually watched the video and kind of read about what they're doing, it's a pretty cool idea. I
thought
guess
that recipe was pretty guarded as well.
They probably make them sign an NDA.
It is,
Which is complete nonsense. I mean, like here's the recipe right here. Yeah, 2-row. It's like 15% special B, then all Chinook. That's it.
I thought there was like 120 in there too.
It's all special B. The whole concept was they wanted to do a beer. I think Steve Wagner, like it was like a homebrew where he wanted to do a beer that had one specialty grain and one hop, and so it was special B and Chinook, and that was it. That's the entire recipe.
I thought it was Crystal 120 for some reason, but I could be wrong.
We should hit up Smog City and be like, what do you guys put in Saber-Tooth Squirrel? Because it
Yeah.
tastes kind of similar.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right, do we want to hear a second opinion about
Of
Arrogant
course.
Bastard?
Yes, definitely.
Was that really an opinion?
Rating 0.9.
Nice.
Aroma 1 out of 10. Appearance 5 out of 5. Taste 1 out of 10. Palate 1 out of 5. Overall 1 out of 20.
Wow, it looks nice.
Okay, so it's from this is also from 2004 in an ugly, hot, and humid spring in Texas, USA. First guy is from Oregon, by the way. I don't know why this matters. I appreciate good beer. I've had over 500 different kinds since I became a serious beer drinker. However, this concoction is just a bit too over the top for me. The label warns of its aggressiveness and touts that anyone who's not a real beer drinker probably won't like it, thereby, subliminally at least, making everyone like it for fear of being called a wimp. Well, I can tell you I can tell you with certainty that I am no wimp, and I have had much better beer than this. The taste is not what bothers me. Rather, it's the pungent aftertaste that reminds me of Robitussin that appalls me. I had to eat an apple while drinking this thing to keep from vomiting. And remember, I have had buffalo butt. Is that a beer, or is he talking about actual buffalo butt?
Actual buffalo. He's from Texas.
Okay.
He's from Texas. Not Austin, Texas.
So that should tell you something. And after paying almost $5 for a pint and a half, you're damn straight I was finishing it. So go on and tout your love of this potion. I will go on enjoying more mellow blends that have less to prove in terms of how manly they are. Rotten vegetables and putrid fruit dominate the flavor. That's all.
So I think for this, we should wait until you read both to guess what it is.
We already guessed it, though.
I know, but maybe we should wait to guess.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Because now we're just listening to an alternate review of a beer we already know.
But it's fun.
Yeah, it was fun. Not gonna lie, I agree with the second guy.
Whoa.
Shots fired.
Yep.
Whoa.
Yep. Maybe not the putrid thing. The putrid thing I didn't get, but he was right about the whole thing. Is like, I'm gonna have a beer that doesn't like want to like prove itself to you, and like, you know, it's unmanly and the bird. Like, yeah, no, I got problems.
Have you considered for a moment that it's actually delicious?
No, I haven't, because it's not.
It's good.
No, it's not.
Saber-toothed squirrel is kind of in that same.
Saber-toothed squirrel is like, you know, like arrogant bastard, only like tasting good. Yeah, silence all around.
Blind taste
silence
test.
all around. That's the bomb that I just dropped.
Blind.
I'm honestly
blind
just
taste
looking for the next review.
The bomb that I just dropped, because fuck y'all.
Okay.
Has anybody tried the bourbon one?
No, actually, I haven't.
Bourbon
I
arrogant?
haven't.
Yeah, that's good.
Bourbon?
I have like 5 at home. You got me to
It's
bring
so
some?
good.
If it
It's
mellowed,
very woody.
if it mellowed out like the mouth shredding bitterness, then I
No,
would
bourbon
like to try it.
barrel aged AB is really good.
It's
It's,
a little-
probably the best version.
It's like a slightly improved version of the oaked.
I actually remember liking the oaked quite a bit more than the regular. Like, I like again, it's like,
Softens it up.
you know,
a little bit.
when the goal is to be aggressive and you're so aggressive that it's virtually undrinkable, you don't win me over.
Oaked is also like way up there. It's
When's
Yeah.
the last time you had an arrogant bastard?
Really recently, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and that's why that's why my opinion was like formed. Yeah,
Double
and
bastard though.
I actually my memories of that beer was much more fond until I had it again recently, and I'm like, oh wait, this is awful. This hurts my mouth. There is no reason for me to drink this at all.
I like Lucky Bastard.
I actually haven't had Lucky Bastard since the first time they put it out.
like Lucky.
so-
Oh, that's really good.
It's all good.
It's like the Bastard Prime.
Yeah, and Double Bastard is good as long as it's been aging for eons.
Dude, I
Not
had
fresh Double Bastard's dope.
Yeah, Double Bastard's good all the way around.
You're out of control.
Yeah.
You guys want to try another guess that brew?
Oh, first, do we want to talk about the saison real quick first though?
Let's take a moment.
Cream saison.
Because I like how this doesn't smell like 3711. You know, even if it does use that to ferment it, like it doesn't have that like really distinct flavor.
Soapy
And so
thing happening.
yeah, well
This
that
does not. Yeah,
yeah,
it's
and-
very springy, sort of
springy like a spring or
like
springy
lavender, like spring, like I don't know, rain,
Dude,
nature.
Lavender's a good call. That's a really good catch. Where's the bottle? Jason, can you pass me the bottle? I want to do my. I want to read the copy. Inspired by the farmhouse beers aged during the cold Belgian winters, Freem Saison is a fragrant ale ready to liven up any palate with tropical notes of
I thought I was
guava
gonna
and
say-
kumquats.
I thought it was
Guava's
going
there, sure.
during the Cold War.
That was, I was thinking the same thing.
I'm like, all right, it's a Cold War era saison, so it tastes like Cuban Missile Crisis.
I don't know if I get tropical fruit from it. I definitely get like a floral thing, like white, like really
very floral.
bright white flower
White
type
flower,
thing.
sure.
Yeah, well, yeah, maybe a little bit.
This is really good.
It's kind of bitter too.
It's really nice. Yeah, I like this a lot. Actually,
this
this
was
is
like-
probably my favorite so far.
This was like $6 in the grocery store.
If this is 3711, then they've used this yeast in a very good way to stand apart from
yeah,
all the other
the Nor-
3711.
I would be
Northwest has-
surprised. This is really clovey.
Just going back to the price, the Northwest seems to have a commitment to keeping beer cheap.
Yeah,
Right on.
It's
Some
like
of them though, I went up there with some
except
people
Cascade.
Cascade. You
Cascade
have to
gives-
go to Cascade when you're going to
Cascade
Portland.
gives
though.
no fucks.
But a few of the breweries, people were saying that, hair of the dog isn't what it used to be. And so I went up there to try it. And lo and behold, it was not good.
Wow,
There was like muddy beers, and Fred was really diacetyl. Adam was kind of plasticky.
Going back,
So
I guess Preston's no longer at Cascade too.
Really?
Yeah.
Where did
They're
he
expanding too.
Because
I just heard he wasn't there anymore, and he's not. And I verified that, which sucks because Preston's really good.
Preston was the man. Preston
Yeah.
was a really good dude.
So
I heard he was doing some consulting work for some breweries in Southern California.
Yes.
But
That's where the money's at.
yeah, but seriously.
Going
Yeah,
back,
Just
I would-
ask Tyler King.
I would like to know the drama behind that, but I don't.
I think
So-
the drama would be Ron. I mean, my one experience with Ron was a very unique experience.
My experience with Ron was at CBC, and he was drunk.
Yeah, that was mine. That was
all
my
share.
one. Yeah, did I ever have I told this story?
let's
on-
all share experiences with Ron, guys.
Did he?
Was he drunk enough to buy ham?
Oh,
What?
nice.
Everybody,
Just to dig on me.
listening at home, can you email us in your experiences with Ron from Cascade?
have
Just so
none, so
we'll
I'm
read
good.
them on the air.
Ah, but Ron's
this is a universal experience that everybody can relate to. So
The thing I was told was basically these conferences are when they let Ron out and he just parties.
And he goes nuts.
So I'm not going to hate on that because I do the same thing.
That's
and
fine,
and
yeah.
only I buy ham. So
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. Just bring back some Lunchables and pass out. There's nothing,
I still can't believe I did that. I
At
totally.
least you didn't eat it though. I did.
I remember walking in. I still remember that.
you
But
went and bought Lunchables?
I bought
What?
It was like
ham.
the ham.
ham
Yeah.
and
He
cheese
brought some
in
ham.
between.
I
two
was
crackers.
coming back from the Falling Rock, and I was drunk.
D-Rock.
And I stopped at 7-Eleven or something to get something to eat, and they had nothing that I didn't. I was drunk, and I'm trying not to eat meat and cheese and trying to be all this stuff. But then I bought meat.
And you're like, it's Lunchables ham. There's no meat in this.
No, I knew what it was, and I got this ham.
You just walked in and you plopped down on the bed and you went fast asleep.
Yeah, it was.
I was like,
John was
damn, I
having
want to
a
eat that
crisis.
ham over there. It's the best ham ever.
I need a friend when I go to JBF. And,
Falling Rock ham.
Yeah, I think you
I
need
tried to
I
find
think you
you,
need
I'm
a
like-
minder is what you need.
no, I every year I learn something new about myself and what not to do.
Where the fuck is
So-
John? I ended up taking your camera back and like some bums wanted me to photograph him.
Yeah.
Did you?
I couldn't figure it. I was like, I have no idea how to use this fucking thing.
So Jason, what's next?
Let's hit you guys with another guess that brew.
Hit me.
4.8. Not quite a 5. Aroma 10 out of 10. Appearance 5 out of 5. Taste 9 out of 10. Palate 5 out of 5. Overall 19 out of 20. That one taste point.
Yeah,
really killed
taste
it.
point puts it
Wow.
up. Yep. Could have been a 4.9 out of 5.
Something that bothered him.
This is the beer was so impressive that this guy fucking reviewed it like 5 times in the same review. It's like, all right, so let's just go in order.
Do it.
The re-rate 750 ml bottle. A hint. This beer rocks. Murky, very dark brown brew which reveals burnt orange highlights when held up to a lamp. Large, frothy, khaki head. That's just silly.
So that'd be Off-White.
Excellent retention. The nose is fruity and malty with notes of dark fruit, apple, fuzzy fruit, pear, and chocolate. The flavor is malty and rich, but has excellent balance. Dark fruit, light bitterness, chocolate, medium to full-bodied with a creamy mouthfeel and fizzy carbonation. Chocolatey, balanced finish. The high ABV is very well hidden. A beautifully constructed beer. World class. I don't see if his old reviews are worth reading. Oh yeah, this guy's got some fucking descriptions. The re-rate.
Okay.
The re-rate.
I tried another bottle at
The place.
a place. My following rating holds. I really dig this brew. This beer rocks. What's not to like about this beer? The appearance is murky and forbidding with a deep orange-red color that I've not seen before. Very large, creamy, khaki-colored head. The head diminishes slightly, but is everlasting and leaves very strong lacework on the glassware. The aroma is very rich and complex with all kinds of Belgian malt and Belgian yeast-induced fragrances. Russian black bread dough, dark chocolate, Chanel No. 5, lime, alcohol, dark grapes, overripe plums, dates, French oak, brown sugar, nutmeg, chalk, and yes, a fresh, unused Band-Aid brand bandage.
Sounds like my grandma.
Okay, that about covers it. Thank you.
Chanel No. 5?
Dude, Chanel No. 5. That's gold.
I mean, my grandma wore that.
Here's my favorite part. Okay, that about covers it. The flavor is of warm, sweet Belgian rum, caramel, molasses, prunes, alcohol, and cola up front.
Fucking A, man.
Wow.
Nicely balanced Belgian ale, as my mouth was enveloped by dizzyingly pleasant hot bitterness, orange blossom, and honey sweetness, and a woodsy, grassy, straw-laden earthiness on the backside. But wait,
I love earthiness on the backside.
There's more flavors. Full-bodied with a buttery and syrupy mouthfeel and lively carbonation. A lengthy, flavorful, dry, alcoholic, and astringent finish. All right, original rating, he apparently was a lot less verbose. Bottle, this beer rocks. What a brew. Personally, I might like this one as much or more than a different beer. I might. I'll definitely have to try this one again with my good friend Scraff.
Oh, all right, Scraff.
Yeah. The one description is Scraff.
Second opinion.
Yeah, second opinion.
1.3. Tastes like Blue Moon. Nothing special. I have had better beers of this type. Not an official beer of this type, but obviously made in the same respects as you can notice the style, but definitely very fruity and very much like Blue Moon. Which makes me question why I would spend so much money on a Blue Moon.
Wow.
I'll say
Blue Moon?
This is Blue Moon.
It's totally Blue Moon.
St. Bernard is 12?
Yeah, that's the answer. Apparently tastes exactly.
I was going down that road because he said it's chocolatey, but fragrant and Belgian-y. And
I was thinking like quad Belgian dark strong of some kind. Nice, dude.
750.
Like home run that shit.
You guys are getting really good at this,
dude. That was killer. Well, admittedly, the arrogant bastard one was really easy. Like,
yeah.
Like once you start doing the Full Metal Jacket references when it comes to beer, it's like, well, you're talking about arrogant bastard or a Russian Imperial Stout.
Yeah. My only guess on that was 750 ml and maybe quad. And
exactly.
That's a pretty short list.
Yeah. Well, it's actually a very long
and
list.
And it tastes
but
exactly like Blue Moon.
Yeah, seriously.
And what was that? Like blue?
Like what?
Yeah.
What?
Because at first I was thinking
it tastes like Blue Moon a lot. Wow.
I was thinking I might like this more condensed review, but then it was just like, this is Blue Moon. This is Blue Moon. It's like,
but no, it's not.
That's not similar to the first review at all.
Not at all.
Not in any kind of way.
That was there to throw you guys off. Didn't work.
So I just cracked the Flanders.
Stupid,
red.
Sexy Flanders.
He's like, I'm wearing nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
Oh, man.
Oh, Freem.
So, Freem Flanders Style Red. What do we got here?
Huh.
That's the beer.
Reminds me a lot of one of the Lost Abbey box set beers.
Matt's doing shadow puppets on the...
Wow. Above my new computer.
Yeah.
I'm stupid.
Thank you, Thing. This is a Freem Flanders style red ale.
Barrel aged. For her pleasure.
This is a style that can be difficult.
I agree. The more and more
balls to brew.
Yeah, the more I have Flemish reds, like the more I realize how difficult this is. Because it's very rare that you find a good one.
Smells good though.
And yet this one is pretty on point.
Barely.
What's the problem, Matt?
Acetic. It smells acetic.
Matt doesn't like his sours to be sour.
No, I don't like them to smell like vinegar.
Acetic and acidic, for anyone that does not know, acetic smells like vinegar and kind of tastes vinegary, and acidic is more of that tart, acidic, like acid bite.
Yeah, generally there are two types of acid. There's acetic acid and lactic acid. Lactic acid is the one that you want.
I guess, acidic would be lactic.
Yeah, the lactic acid is the one that's usually produced by Lactobacillus, Pediococcus, Brettanomyces
It's a
to a
very
small degree.
pleasant sour. It's not harsh on your gums or your
Yeah,
throat. as you swallow.
exactly. Acetic acid is produced by Acetobacter, which is the same bacteria that produces vinegar, which tastes like hurt.
So
it doesn't say what.
Dutch is I don't know how to properly say the name of that beer.
Duchesse de Bourgogne.
That one
Bourgogne.
is probably the ultimate in acetic, like sour-ish,
It's got a
Flanders
nice,
red.
It's pleasant though.
I haven't had it for many years, but when I first had it, it was like, wow, this is all vinegar.
I remember it tasting like peaches.
I remember it tasting like vinegar and sugar. I remember it being really sweet.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
it tasted back sweetened to me.
Yeah.
We should try it again on the show.
We
guys.
should.
That's a
Definitely.
good call.
Because I
That's a
had
good
it
call.
very early on when I was looking for sours at Bevmo.
And it's like
Yeah.
the one that's always at every store. It's
Yeah.
like that and that terrible Lindemann stuff.
Well, Lindemann, I mean, it has its place, but
Lindemann's has the Cuvée René, and so that always
Where
has,
like somebody
a certain-
going into a coma and they need sugar immediately, like that's its
Cuvée
place.
René is really. I like René. That's a really good beer. Like,
Cuvée René is good. The
Yeah,
rest
but
of
like their
stuff is awful.
framboise is like it has its place next to Smirnoff Ice on the shelf.
Their framboise tastes like balls.
Yeah, good one, dude. Nailed it.
I was
Nailed
at
them.
Bevmo probably about a month ago, and I saw some guys there. Looking for quote unquote sours, and it was just
luck.
And I go, hey man, this is the wrong store. And they were looking at Lindemann's. They were looking at the pear one, I think. I don't know what the pear one's called, but I'm like, it's not really what you're looking for.
I got a Love Child number 5 there.
Nice.
Bevmo.
Dude, actually, you know
They
what?
usually have the Goose Island ones, like after everyone else has them.
Yeah,
Sophie
actually,
Matilda.
they have Timmerman's Goose. Pretty frequently.
That's pretty
from what I
good.
can tell, which is solid. I mean, it's not, it's no Cantillon, but
It's a poor man's
pretty, It's
Cantillon.
pretty goddamn good. Yeah.
I blew up a Timmerman's in my freezer.
Oh.
I fell asleep waiting to drink it.
Yeah.
And it smelled so good though. I was like cleaning out the ice out of my freezer, and I was like, "Oh man, this smelled like it would have been really good."
This
It's
beer?
funny. Go ahead, man.
No, I'm going to diverge.
I had
but go ahead.
a freezer comment. I had a Stone Saison that I got in the mail from Stone. Put it in there, forgot about it, and the next morning it didn't explode. So put it back in the fridge, and it was perfect.
Perfect for that
Cool
beer,
story,
at
bro.
least.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've done that before.
Yeah,
But,
that's
I mean,
perfect for
I was
that.
surprised
Perfect for
that
that
it
beer
didn't
means
explode
it
all
like
over.
perfect
Usually-
for that beer means it didn't make you puke.
Usually they like explode everywhere in my freezer. So.
Yeah.
On the last show we
Very
did
happy.
with Emma, I talked about my one sour that I made. That was kind of, I guess you could call it a Flanders red.
Yeah,
it's
it was essentially.
this is kind of similar to that. Like, I'm beginning to think mine isn't that bad. Like, because this,
I would say that this
I don't think this
sour-
is bad.
I would.
No, I don't think
I'm
it's
not
bad.
into it.
I
It's
like
not bad. It's not bad.
I'll
Admittedly,
drink yours.
it's not.
So you're calling my homebrew bad?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Your
Admi-
homebrew is
ad-
bad, and you should feel bad.
No, admittedly, like admittedly for my sour beer, like I brewed probably like 6 or 7 different sour beers over like my home brewing stretch, which needs to start up again. But I made one of them successfully. That was it.
Which one? The blend one?
Yeah. That was the
yeah.
only one that I've ever made that I thought was
Yeah,
good.
that one
all
kicked
the,
ass,
Yeah,
too.
all the rest of them were just like pure like acetic acid bombs. And this one, admittedly, like this is closer to your like Duchess type Flanders red because it's got
not offensive.
yeah, it's exactly. It's maltier, which I like. I like how it's not super over the top sour. But I just can't do the acetic thing. It's
For me,
Yeah,
I get a little
so-
bit of the acetone thing, kind of the same thing.
Can
we
you
got in some of the
pour
Lost
yours
Abbey
into
beers.
mine?
ooh.
So,
Don't throw
I'll
it in with a
drink
good
your
time.
Matt, is there ever an appropriate place for acetic notes?
My
for you?
mouth.
It goes back to the whole like sunken and diacetyl conversation that we were having. It's like for certain beers, it is appropriate. Like for certain Flemish style beers, it's when you're talking about going to style. Yeah. For me though, I can't do it. It just turns me off every time I have it. It's the same thing with diacetyl and English beers.
Hashtag
Like,
palates.
Would it be possible to do like a Flemish red showdown?
yes,
Like
we should do
blind?
that here.
That would take some effort, but
It
yeah.
would.
We could do it
Because I
we
think-
could do it. I think we should. That would be rad.
This is one of those styles that I think you might look at a brand and go, well, you might have preconceived notions about it because you're thinking, well, they're new to this and they're not a classic brewer of this. Maybe it's not good, and you get a note and you stick to that note and you're like, nope, this is not good. I think you might be doing that with this.
Okay, yeah, that is absolutely possible, and I would love to do like a blind showdown with these. I think that would be rad.
And that's what was cool about the Saison showdown was we have preconceived notions about the Saisons we like, even with the bourbon barrel stout showdown.
That one was revelatory for sure.
Yeah, but the Saison one, you nailed a lot of them. Like you were consistent on pretty much everything you were judging on that. But it was still, for me, it was an eye-opening experience where it was like, I don't know as much about these beers that I think I like that I thought I knew, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
So,
Jason, you got any more Guess That Brews for us?
Do I?
guess so.
Do we have any more beers?
I've actually got 4 more. I printed out a bunch.
Holy shit! Do we have more beers?
We might save some for another episode.
I've got the Damn It Feels Good to Be a Gangsta.
Oh yeah, you went to
Trinity.
Yeah, you went to Oregon and you brought home beer from Denver.
It was on the shelf.
It wasn't from Denver. They're actually from Colorado Springs.
Yeah. So I can't get it at home.
I would
I'll mule 'em.
always enjoy Trinity beer. I am a Trinity fanboy.
Weirdly, Colorado beer is like way more prevalent in the Northwest than it is in California. They're like, fuck California, but Oregon and Washington, you can have as much as you want.
Yeah.
Arizona, you're okay too.
This is a electric cucumber. Saison
I'll go with,
deity.
it feels good to be a gangster.
All right, this is a cucumber sort of thingy.
Nah, I don't like that.
What?
That doesn't sound good.
I don't know. Like I've had some cucumber beers that were pretty damn good.
I like cucumber.
Surprisingly,
I am down for Trinity beer. I wish they would distribute down here because, oh my god.
Dude.
Okay, see, Jason is for not our Jason, but Jason, Yester, is that his name?
I think that's his name. Yeah.
Yeah. His moniker is Saison Man. I mean, come on. Trinity.
Girls go crazy for a Saison man. Farmhouse, horse blanket.
Yeah, Jason Yester.
Then he's gonna drink it. He doesn't want his beer in the can. The girls go crazy for a Saison man.
Dude, I can't hear that melody without thinking about that drummer now.
That drummer is amazing.
He was a badass, dude. And actually, it's funny because I saw a thing of him. He was at like some kind of like drummers conference thing, and he did. I keep thinking that you're handing me this beer, but
Sorry,
you're showing
man.
it to the camera.
Yeah, I'm putting on the camera. Okay.
But I saw him do like it was like just like a solo like drum performance, and he kicked ass like in pretty much every way. So yeah, good on to
good Texas rock and roll.
Good for him.
Yeah, Jason Yester. I have a cool photo I took of him at GB where I was like, "Hey, can I take a photo of you?" Yeah, and he flipped off the camera and he's like got a big shit-eating grin on his face.
Nice.
But he is on Twitter at Saison_man.
Nice.
So.
Like Saison.
I'm gonna clean up that song and record it and send it over to him.
Yeah, you should. For the record, Trinity, they are actually a brew pub in Colorado Springs. One of the only really cool things in Colorado Springs, beer wise. I don't know. Actually, I don't know if there's a whole lot of other breweries down there, but like Trinity was the standout for me.
This smells toasty.
There's also Garden of Gods.
Isn't that weird?
Like it's like popped popcorn, not in a diacetyl way.
Yeah, that's what it is. Popped.
I can see that. Oh God, what was it? There was
cow.
Okay. There was a I forget what beer we were brewing at the brewery, but they were using we were using amber malt, and I swear to God, you eat this stuff, it was like eating the half popped popcorn kernels. You know what I mean? It had that same kind of like toasty
That's what this
like
reminds me
thing.
of.
This tastes like popcorn too.
Is it super sour, or did I just get the rest of the other beer?
It's pretty sour.
Okay, all right, it's good.
Jason, what do you got for us here?
I've been waiting. I've been sitting here. You don't give a shit, and I've been getting sick and tired of your attitude. I've been sitting here waiting.
We'll go.
Read it.
Okay.
Go then. Go.
He gave it a 5. He gave it a max ratings in every category.
Nice.
As you should.
Boring, dull. This beer is a head turner. I can't make my way through a crowd of people without people asking what I'm drinking. That never happens with other beers in my experience, but I guess that is boring. No head? Do you know how to pour this beer? If you pour it right, there's plenty of head. No taste? This has only been the best-selling drought craft beer in this place since its release. And this place knows craft beer better than any other town. Blah, blah, blah. Too big of a hint. Not a true beer of this style. This is only brewed with the oldest strain of yeast direct from Germany and turned into the first beer of this style. But I guess it's not a beer of that style. Wow. I would love to see a list of what you think is a good beer, but I know you'll just provide names of beers that you've read are great instead of admitting to the Pabst in your fridge.
Wow. Okay.
John?
Second opinion?
Second opinion.
Let's do second opinions.
All right. 0.9.
Okay.
Had this on tap at Champs in Marlton, New Jersey. Not relevant. And it's possible that I got the dregs from the bottom of the keg. However, I'm going to review it as it was, and I'll give it another try soon and edit the review if appropriate. Here it goes. Appearance was nothing short of terrible. This beer looked like a glass of turkey gravy, and everyone else at my table thought the same thing.
Wow.
Muddy, murky, light brown. No head whatsoever. That might have been the bartender's fault, and very little lacing. Aroma? What aroma? I could barely tell I was sniffing anything other than water. Maybe a tinge of yeast and malt, but just maybe. Flavor was somewhere between bad and non-existent. Chalky and a little malty, but no sweetness, no hops, and no spice. There was a little hint of bread in the finish, but I had to try hard to pick that out. Overall, this is the worst beer I've tasted in a very long time, aside from the industrial macros. But I have to say that given a choice between another one of these and a Michelob, MGD, or Rolling Rock, the choice would be simple.
Wow. Jeez. Is this local?
No.
Yeah, I was gonna go. Want me to throw it out first?
Yeah, go for it.
Weihenstephaner Hefeweißbier.
No.
It's domestic, right?
Yes.
Okay. Winmerhef.
Yes.
Nice. So
Are
close.
you kidding me?
Yeah.
Which I had in Portland
Booyah.
at the source, and it was amazing.
So
It has
bad
been
at this at
the
first.
best-selling craft beer in Portland since 1984, according to this guy.
30 years
Yeah.
old, and it still holds up.
Yeah. Best-selling craft beer in an area, like that's and
Not-
New Jersey is irrelevant. So
Not a true Hefe. It turned into the first American Hefe.
yeah.
Here's what they do though.
Jefe.
They brew it with alt beer yeast from one of the biggest Dusseldorf breweries ever.
Official German yeast, and then
And-
they finish it with USO5.
Yep.
Pretty much.
That's amazing.
Yep.
Well, guys.
This beer is weird, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This isn't what I remember it to be for
I
some
like it.
reason. The popcorn notes and stuff really kind of turned me off.
It's like sour popcorn.
Yeah.
I don't get a lot of popcorn. You guys are
Man, on the aroma, you nailed it on the popcorn, dude. That's movie theater.
Yeah,
But it's not
I don't-
diacetyl. It's definitely a different character.
No, it's not the
buttery.
butter characteristic
No,
of
not at
popcorn.
all.
It's the popped kernel
Yep.
aspect of popcorn, you know?
It's because it's made with corn.
It's like if you make popcorn in your kitchen and you can smell it popping and cooking.
Did you guys know
That's
what's
what it
in
smells
Uh-uh.
Popcorn?
It is a jet black barrel aged Bretta beer, featuring 3 golden ingredients: honey, mustard seed, and golden raisins.
Okay, mustard seed.
Yes. Okay. Now that you point that out, yes.
It's a reminiscently vinous. This beer comes off as a hybrid with ironic wine grape notes, accompanied by profound dark barley malts, and 100% Brett fermentation.
Mustard in a
it's-
beer.
Which I'm kind of for. That's actually, it's weird. I can't really put my finger on it. It's almost dead flat, and that's turning me off.
Mine's got a little bit.
Mine's okay.
I got some.
Mine's not flat. This is pretty good.
Yeah, you're weird, man.
Did we all
'cause
get
you've been
different beer?
You've been shaking the shit out of it.
Seriously. Like, it seems like everyone has a very different opinion. Of this beer. Yeah. I mean,
I like mine.
yeah. It's just I can't really put my finger on it. I think I like it. Question mark. That's about as far as I can go.
I don't think I could put down a pint of it.
I mean, not every beer is a pint beer.
That's true. Thank you, Jason.
Yep, 10 ounces, maybe.
You know?
Yeah.
It's challenging, that's for sure.
That's a good way to put it.
Which I like in beer. Honestly, I used to like that about Dogfish Head, but then they just focused too much on being weird and challenging and no effort at all into actually making the beers good.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Jason, thank you for pulling out those guest side brews. That was fun.
That was awesome. We are really skilled.
Yeah, we killed it. We really kind of
Seriously,
did.
compared to the first time we did this, where it was just like, I don't know. It's like you guys are like, nope, it's this beer. And that's you guys. I keep saying you guys because I'm not participating
I've got
at
2
all.
or 3 left, too. We can do another time.
Well, we're at an hour and 20 minutes, so we're good.
Let's pause.
Yeah, we're killing it.
No, we can do them another time. Is what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I
For
agree.
sure. Save one.
Yeah.
Different time, you understand.
Nice. So if you want to find us online, you can find us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat. You can find all that information at fourbrewers.com.
I'm not using Snapchat as much as I think we should be using it, but Instagram.
Yeah, we've been Instagramming. We've been
How
doing
much
some
of our
serious
listener
Instagramming.
base is teenaged? Because that's who uses Snapchat.
Yeah.
Teenagers and chicks who want to put their titties on there.
Yeah, teenagers and cam girls.
Yeah. Not
That's fine.
gonna argue. If you want to find get in touch with us directly, you can hit us up at feedback4brewers.com. You can find us on Patreon, patreon.com/4brewers if you want to give us some money, which we would love.
Yes.
That Patreon money made our anniversary stuff possible.
It did, quite literally.
Yeah, which is really
was
great.
awesome.
Also, go on iTunes and subscribe to the show. Also, give us a rating. We want to know how you think about it.
If you can't do the Patreon thing, then go to iTunes, leave a review. And specifically iTunes.
It doesn't cost you anything.
You know, and I think Stitcher
Yep.
also, you can leave reviews on Stitcher, and a lot of people use Stitcher to listen to our show, which we're on Stitcher as well. So going on there and leaving a review, we have one, and it's by Mr. Robert French.
Is it really?
So if you want to go there too, if you're a Stitcher fan, you can go there because I know there's a lot of anti-Apple people out there. So
Anybody using whatever you're on, if it has reviews, it helps us if you give us a review.
Definitely.
Even like 5 good reviews knocks us up in the rankings.
Sure.
Yeah, exactly.
I will also say if you're in the Oregon region, definitely check out Freem.
Check out Frame. Yeah, I
They
mean,
were pretty good.
I wasn't
The
a
Pilsner.
real fan of the last one, but the rest of them were really, really
no,
great.
the last one wasn't
So-
free. The last one was
No, I mean the last Frame that we had.
Oh.
The Flemish Red wasn't so into that,
okay.
but the rest of
Yeah.
them were awesome. So yeah, definitely check out Frame.
Really good showing.
Yeah, definitely. Brew the shit out of it.
later.
Caca.
Bye.
Okay, so I just responded to Walt's email.
Man.
He asked us if we're going to do 4 or 6, and he listed the ones he wants to do. I'm assuming we'll get to all 6.
Sure. Yeah, we
I'm
can do.
gonna
We
see why
can.
not.
We can.
Can you guys hear me?
It seems like when we're doing like the guest shows over Skype, it seems
Hello?
better if we can have a beer, talk about the beer, ask them about the beer, and have more of a back and forth that way.
Okay, so I'm going to call him right now and see if he'll pick up.
All right, let's clean up too.
And we're going to mute this for a second, guys.
Yeah.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, so I was like, hey, I'm here, guys.
Hold on, I had you on mute. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's up, dude?
Nice.
What's up?
Chillin'. Hey, Walt, what's your last name?
Dickinson, and I think, is my brother on the hangout right now too? I just got a text from him saying.
No, he's not.
Okay. Well, he'll be here soon. He's Luke Dickinson. So
Walt and Luke. Walt, what's your title?
head blender, owner. I don't know where brewery. You know, titles are.
Okay, sweet. This is usually like, hey, we're joined by this person's title, this person's name, you know. So
Yeah.
just kinda...
So the way we do it is I'm the head blender. Luke's the head brewer. So that's kind of
got it. Sweet.
Perfect.
Sweet.
Right on.
Thanks for joining us on a day after a drinking holiday, by the way.
Oh, it's fine, man. I'm actually at I'm at my family's lake house, so I snuck into a bedroom to
Rad.
talk to you guys. So
Cool. Thanks, man.
Dope.
yeah.
We just finished up our second show, so we're kind of we're gathering the Wicked Weed beers and getting ready for this one. So
Cool.
Wait, speaking of finishing our last show, I need to go take a leak.
yeah,
Yeah,
just,
we're
Go
gonna
recharge.
Yeah, we're
Yeah.
gonna pit stop for about 5 minutes if you want to take a sec.
Yeah, if
Fine,
you
man.
want to go off and come back, because I really have to be. Excuse me.
Hey, go do your thing, man. I'll meet you guys back in like 5 minutes. We can chat.
Cool.
Okay,
Sounds good,
cool.
man.
All right,
Thanks.
later.
plan comes together.
Taking these out.
Scott, you can do that.
What time are we gonna go on?
Back in 5 minutes or so, but just talk about what
Okay.
we're gonna do.
Okay.
Pretty sure he's gonna check his computer.
He's back. He's back.
Hey, you there?
Yeah, man.
So we just got some food and they're eating right now, so it'll probably be another 5 minutes or so.
That's fine, man.
If that's okay.
Yeah, I just popped back in. I can just hang out, just drink a beer.
Okay. Thanks, man.
All right.
There you go.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, Greg Nagel. How are you?
Greg, good to meet you, dude.
You as well. I know Aaron Jones from the Beer Bloggers Conference.
Cool.
I think it was last year in San Diego.
She's awesome, man. She keeps us all in check. So.
Yeah, she's a cool chick. And we ran into her again at the Firestone Walker Invitational.
Yeah, I was bummed I didn't get to come out for that. I already committed to speaking at a food and wine festival in Atlanta. Would have loved to have been out there. I'll definitely make sure I don't miss it next year. But I think I met my brother out there, but he was out there.
Yep. Yeah. Luke, right?
Yep, Luke. And then Rich, he's like kind of my right-hand man in the barrel program. He was out there too.
Okay, cool. Who else did I meet out there? I think that was it.
That was it from our crew. That was all we sent out.
And then I think I met, God, what's her name? Maybe Abby?
Yeah.
At GABF, and she spoke at the media luncheon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's my brother's ex-wife, just for your information. Not a big deal, just letting you know.
There's she's still involved with the brewery?
No, she's not. She's actually, it's kind of rad. She's now kind of doing the same role she was with us for Highwire, which is another Asheville brewery. So super psyched for her. Cool. Just one of those things. Just sometimes don't work out.
Awesome.
But yeah, she was awesome. Rad. She was a rad girl. She was a big piece of kind of helping grow our brand as before. Yeah, she was on we poured Serenity, I think.
I think so.
Yeah, I had to go pour somewhere else, but I heard she did a good job. So
excellent. Let me go take a couple of minute break. I'm just gonna hit the restroom, and I'll be right back. Just make sure we're all set up.
Yeah, dude, you're good, man. We'll see you in a little bit.
All right, thanks, man.
All right, appreciate it.
No, Pa, I love him.
What?
Yeah, that's a Crushinator.
It's a Crushinator?
The Crushinator? Yeah, it's from Futurama.
Oh. Futurama was a wave that I missed out on, alas.
Go on Comedy Central or some shit. Not new episodes, but...
Yeah, I was going to say, it finished a while ago, right? Well, like,
Did
it finished...
John have the Pacifico whale up there last time we were here?
I don't know.
John, did you have the Pacifico whale bottle last time we were here?
Yeah, Brad Collenberg gave it to me.
Really? Well, that's cool.
It's actually like literally called Pacifico whale.
Is it really?
It's whale in Spanish.
It's like the biggest format.
What's bro in Spanish?
You gonna be on this one, Sarah?
Wheels are mine.
Can I be on this one?
Yeah. Oh, I should have turn that recording off.
I really love this bottle format a lot. This is this is like perfect because it's not so big that it's a 750 like and that you wouldn't want to drink it by yourself, but it's not so small that you don't want to share it with other people.
Like,
it's pretty much perfect.
Like, dear brewery,
packaging in general.
Dear God, sorry to disturb you, but
oh yeah. It's my Jack Black impression. Gonna sing the songs that rock.
That's why me and KG are classically trained.
Rock your fucking socks off.
Give me a taste, KG.
Not this bark and it rocks. It's a rock block of bark that he learned in the school called the School of Hard Knocks.
Give it up, KG. Give it up for me.
So I turned off notifications. When we do with Emma.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, shit.
Yeah, everyone caught that too. Everyone.
It'll be a cool troll. People like all over the world will like look down at their phone.
I always do that.
Yeah.
And people are like,
Okay, what?
nobody's calling me.
I will say, good guy Samsung, they changed the default notification on every phone. So
That's cool.
like that's the S3 one, but the S4 and 5 have different ones.
I'm pretty
per
sure.
model, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Pretty sure for my next phone, I'm going to be going Android.
Why?
Hot boiled peanuts.
Because the tech is better, and there really isn't anything like in particular that's keeping me on.
So what are you missing
Apple?
tech-wise that you think you need from Android?
I don't know. What do I want to hang on to for the iPhone that's preventing me from switching?
Because it's a superior product. Yeah, of course.
Tell me the ways that that you're wrong.
The camera.
This is designed by Steve Jobs, so there's that.
No. All right. I'm not even gonna try.
It's designed in Cupertino, California, which is a superior design studio.
Okay.
How many times do you have to reboot your phone per month?
Mm.
This is a very intelligent argument
Well,
that
I'm
we're
saying-
having here, you guys.
My phone is 4 months old and I've never rebooted it.
How does that make you feel?
Good.
That's amazing.
Apparently.
It makes me like
Super
iPhone
good.
a little bit better than my old shitty HTC whatever.
Honestly, you guys,
Piece of
the main draw for me, frankly, is having a screen that goes like this, not like this.
Not like
Yeah, screen like this.
Screen like this.
But the S6 is getting closer to the iPhone in terms of like you can't replace the battery. There's no expandable storage.
You can replace the battery on an iPhone.
No, but not like you can like on an S5.
Oh, you just
or an
can't pop it
S4.
out,
Yeah,
Gotcha.
it's
Well, and that's the other thing is like, you know, it doesn't have to be the Samsung. You can go Samsung, or you can go through like a bunch of different other manufacturers. You know,
but
find something
they're all
like.
inferior. Just saying.
Dude, I want to go to Wicked Weed just to eat
Hey,
the food.
there's Luke.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
Can you hear me?
We
Yep.
can.
Are you
All
popping
right,
in
good.
from a car?
Are you driving?
I am.
Are you?
I am. I'm in a
Nice.
car. Yeah.
Hopefully you're not driving anywhere.
Oh, you're doing
I'll
this
put you right
intentionally.
in front of the road. Yeah.
Please don't die.
We don't want to be the podcast that killed you.
No, I'm not driving. I'm just.
So
Luke
looks like he's on a phone.
Right? I
right?
am. Yep.
Wow, that's epic.
You actually have a pretty good. Yeah, you've got a pretty good picture for being on a phone.
Is it an iPhone or an Android device?
iPhone. Yeah.
Hey! We just had this discussion.
Fuck you, Jason.
Yeah, let's switch us over to FaceTime then.
We could, dude. That's not a bad idea. We could.
Yeah, let's see how our fans can.
Except it wouldn't integrate well with the Hangout. So it would sound a lot better though.
Yeah, well.
What does Samsung do similar to FaceTime? Nothing.
There's Hangouts.
Have you tried FaceTime? You know how good it sounds?
Hangouts.
Hangouts does not sound as good as FaceTime audio.
I'm saying is Samsung doesn't have their own thing.
Well, actually, Google has its own thing. Samsung is just a hardware manufacturer.
Samsung, I fucking hate them.
So I think we have everybody here, right?
That's racist.
This is it.
Let's get going.
All right. So you guys, we've got Recurrent, Brett Burglar, Labont, Genesis, Black Angel, and Medora. Is there a certain order that you guys would like to go in? Or?
I emailed it earlier. If you're going to drink all 6, the order to do them in. I can do it right now if you want. But
you said, let me go back to the email here.
do you guys have time to do all 6, or?
Oh yeah,
of course.
Okay, cool.
We got all the time in the world.
All right.
He said, okay, so if we did all 6, it's going to be Brett Burglar, La Bonté, Genesis, Medora, Recurrent, and Black Angel. So, Brett Burglar first, Matt.
Yes.
La Bonté, second.
Genesis, Labont.
Genesis, third.
Genesis, Medora, Recurrent, and Black Angel.
There you go.
Got it. All right.
Hey, Luke, where are you, by the way?
I am actually sitting outside of Green Man Brewery. So I'm here for the Women's World Cup final.
Are you really?
Nice.
Yeah, well, it starts in like whatever that is, 45 minutes. So
perfect amount of time to podcast.
Exactly.
Sweet.
Perfect. So
That's business
yeah,
of the
you
new age.
early to get seats because it's like the big soccer bar in town. So.
We really appreciate you guys. Like,
yeah, this is crazy.
I know it's a busy holiday weekend, so like you guys taking time out is really cool.
Yeah, I really appreciate it.
It's all good.
Psyched to do it.
I don't know how warm it is out there, but you might want to crack a window. They recommend that for dogs. So.
Oh, that's good.
Ventilation.
Well said.
Don't keep your brewers locked in a car. It's inhumane.
It's kind of warm.
Oh my.
So is there anything that we should know before we get started, or anything else like that?
I think we're good. We're going to talk about beer, right? You're not going to like spring some weird philosophy question on me or anything.
Yeah,
we're gonna
West
be like,
Coast.
we're gonna be like, so what do you think of the id?
What are your thoughts on God?
How about Trump for president?
No, see that's something that everyone can agree on, that it's awful. Even Republicans think that's awful.
Absolutely.
the bringing both sides together. Everyone agrees that Trump.
Okay, shall we?
Do we want to kind of start with like, hey guys, history, kind of the story of Wicked Weed intro for our people who don't know him?
I figure what we'll do is we'll start off. I like to start off like just talking about beer and then kind of get into it.
All right.
So we'll start with the Brett Burglar and ask what the difference is with the Canvas series, and then we'll just kind of go from there. That sound good to you guys?
Whatever you want, man. We'll make it happen.
All right, sweet.
Sounds good.
All right.
Making our lives easy.
Nice. All right, let's fire it off. Welcome to Four Brewers. My name is Matt Becker, and as always, I'm joined by
John Holzer,
Jason Harris,
Greg Nagel.
We're also joined by our porous Sarah. Hi, Sarah.
Hey, guys.
And we are very excited because we are joined by Walt and Luke Dickinson, co-owners, also the head blender and head brewer of Wicked Weed. What's up, guys?
Hey.
How's it going, man?
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good. We're really stoked to have you on.
Just before we start, Walt is at a summer home, whatever, for his family's like beach home.
And parents' lake house. Yeah, something like that.
There you go. Okay, there's a beach on a lake, right? And then Luke is in his car.
Outside of a brewery.
They're really going the extra mile to be on the show with us. So,
like, I just want to say, technology is awesome that we are able to do this. All right.
Yeah, we're interviewing a dude sitting in his car. Right on.
Yeah, like in the '90s, CNN needed satellites and stuff to do this.
Is this a first?
Really?
Is this a Four Brewers first?
As far as the car goes, yes.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Okay, good.
Well, we've never had more than one remote guest either.
That's also true in 2 different locations, so that's pretty rad.
Yeah.
We have you guys were kind enough to send us 6 of your beers, which is the most of your beer I've ever had in one place. So I'm just like itching to get going here. We've got the Brett Burglar in front of us. What's going on with this beer here?
Well, so the Brett Burglar is part of the Canvas series, and we started that series because Luke and I tend to want to write a lot of new recipes. And just kind of a little background of how Luke and I function in the brewery is basically these all come out of the Funkatorium. The Funkatorium is our sour brewery that we do all of our kind of mixed culture, Brett primary stuff, barrel aged sours, whatever. That all goes through that program. And
So you have 2 separate facilities, or?
Yeah, we got 2. Luke's going to touch on it later, about to be 3. But the way it works right now is I kind of manage the sour program, and Luke runs all the recipe design and execution of all the beers at the pub, which is also kind of our distribution arm, so like our IPAs and stuff like that go to market. But anyways, we've probably written in the last year and a half, we're getting close to like 300 different beers that we've produced, and
Nice.
You can't keep up with labels. So what we decided was, as we talk about sour beer, we kind of talked about developing our process and kind of the Wicked Weed way of how we make sour beer, and how we use our Bretts and our bacterias. And so what we did is, once we did that, I would always kind of talk about it as like, well, we're creating that, so then we'll have our canvas. And once we have our canvas, we can really paint on that canvas. So this beer is about, this whole series is kind of about just one-offs, just us kind of new ideas that we want to kind of spin off and do fun things within the sour program. And that's everything from like long-term barrel-aged sours to these farmhouse beers. This one particularly, we do a first burp of the session here.
Right on.
Yeah.
It's our like 9th, so don't worry about it.
This is kind of a spin-off of one of our most popular beers we do at the pub, which is the Hop Burglar. Well, that beer actually has a really cool story. I don't know if you guys have time to tell it or not. Luke would probably tell it better than I do. But anyways, it's a blood orange grapefruit zest IPA. And we basically took that same concept and idea and brewed 100%, like our kind of Brett Wild Sack blend version of it, and with blood orange and grapefruit zest, and yeah, so that's what that is.
Very nice. Yeah, it has a really nice like kind of like bitter pop to it. But the citrus really just kind of explodes in your mouth.
Yeah, those blood oranges really pop.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were amazed at the amount of acidity we got from the blood orange. Granted, there's probably some lactic character happening in the beer also, just from the fact that we make our Brett beers in the same space we make our sour beers. Sometimes we see a little bit of a lactic character kind of appear over time, but man, most of the acidity was like prevalent early on. We kind of upped. We didn't do the exact same recipe. We tweaked it a little bit, so it definitely has a little bit more of that citric acid kind of pop to it. And I don't know how it's tasting in the bottom. I have one in a little bit, but hopefully the Brett's developing nicely too.
Yeah, it's got a little bit of funk to it for sure, but it's definitely like that very like citrus like presence is definitely leading the charge here. So you guys said that you have like 2 different facilities. So are you like making wort in the pub and then sending everything over to the sour side of things, or how does that work exactly?
Yeah, so essentially we have right now one brew house. It's a 15-barrel brew house at our pub, and that produces all of the beer for our pub, but it also produces all the beer for the Funkatorium program. So basically we brew the beer, and then we've hard piped to a building that backs up to our brewery.
Oh, nice.
And so it's hard piped over to there, and that's where the Brettanomyces beers will ferment. So we ferment with all bread over there, and then after it's done fermenting, we'll load the beer into a transfer tank that drives about 4 blocks to our Funkatorium facility and moves the beer into blending tanks and then wood barrels. So
very nice.
It's quite the process, actually.
It's kind of similar to what Crooked Stave was doing at their when they were brewing at Prost kind of thing.
Crooked Stave, that's what Firestone Walker does.
Yeah.
That's what the brewery is doing now. So yeah, it seems to work pretty well. Like once everyone realized that, like, oh, having all these sour beers in our clean facility is not a good idea.
Yeah, it's definitely segregation.
Yeah,
and maybe like the breweries are also just limited with maybe they can't do that. They got to do all this stuff. Like, that's how the brewery was. They had to do everything in that one space just because that was their space. And now they've got enough money where they can expand.
Yeah.
It's it's one of those things for us that we straight out the gate decided that we never wanted to have Brett in our brewery. We never wanted to have Lax.
That's probably a good call.
Yeah. Good for you guys. How long has the Funkatorium actually been open for? Like, how long have you been producing sour beers for?
Well, we've been. Oh,
go ahead, Walt.
Well, we actually, the first beer we ever produced was technically a sour beer. We'll taste Black Angel and Genesis later, which were a couple of the first beers we produced. But those were contract brewed, or not really contract brewed. Let's see. They were brewed at another brewery. How about that? And before we even opened, and we aged those. And so we were able to open with sour beer on our portfolio. Now then we kind of ran into probably a 6-month period where we were like finishing up. We had another barrel house we had built, but it was kind of under construction as the brewery opened, so we actually weren't able to fill it with oak for a little bit. So we had a little bit of a scrambling time there. We were kind of trying to make Brett beers and stuff, but we didn't have a place for it. But once that happened, that would have been the first. We never really called it the Funkatorium. It's kind of where it evolved from. Our first barrel house, and now the Funkatorium is it's a 13,000 square foot space, all climate controlled.
Wow.
We've got about 900 oak barrels in there right now, and a tasting room. And we'll kind of just see where that takes us.
Very nice.
And I want to loop back because I wanted to hear the story of the hop burglar, honestly.
What's the story? Well, I'll tell you what. Let's open up the Labont and spread that around. So what's going on with what was the hop burglar? What was that story?
So we have lots of friends in the brewing industry, and we were talking with this guy who worked at another brewery, and he wanted
to when he came, super incognito.
Well, I think it's only fair, but you'll understand why here. You'll understand why in a minute. But so we were talking about what beer to make, and actually Eric, who's our production manager, Eric Leipold, he's running our new facility. He's been running our pub, but he was really the one heading up the hop burglar beer. And the name came second because basically we wanted to brew this beer, but we didn't have the hops for it. So the unknown or unnamed brewer basically rated the brewery they worked for.
We'll say borrowed.
They're
hops.
cooler.
Yeah, quote unquote borrowed some hops.
Borrowed some hops.
He burgled.
Yeah, he sent this great picture of when he was getting the hops of him in like black gloves with like the mask on and everything. And so we that day we were like, oh shit, well we got to call it Hop Burglar. So
very nice.
That's where it got the name. Yeah.
Right on. So right now we're drinking some Labont. What's up with this one here?
So Labonte is it's just a French word that means the goodness, and I'm glad you guys are talking about this beer because it's something we've really kind of gotten into, and it's kind of a new take on like an old world saison. So if you've like read the Sparrow books and Wild Brews and whatever, there's a moment in there where Yvonne de Bates is talking about how old world saison they would blend a portion of lambic into it. So what we kind of did is we took that idea, and then we'll use our mixed culture, which is a mix of wild sack and a couple Bretts that we have White Labs keeps for us that we use for most of our primary fermentation for all of our funky beers. Anyways, we ferment out with that. We bring it over, and then at that point we add a pound per gallon, half a pound to a pound per gallon, depending on what fruit we're working with, of very like agrarian fruits, like things like this is pear. We've worked with plums was the first one. We have Labonte fig in the foeder right now. But basically we'll take that and then we'll blend back 10 to 20% of our blending stock, our golden sour, into the beer to inoculate it. And then we kind of let it go through a short re-fermentation on all the fruits. And then at that point, we'll go ahead and run into the bottles and bottle condition. And at that point, we've got it in the bottle, so we just kind of track it in the bottle. And sometimes, it's a month. It could be up to 3 months till we kind of see it develop to the place we like it, and then send it out. So the idea being just kind of a mixed culture Brett beer that's kind of a reference to an old world saison, nice and funky, good Brett character, nice acidity, expressive of the fruit, and just kind of an easy drinking but somewhat complex beer.
All right, see, I love this to death because we were talking about in a couple of episodes ago homebrewing sour beer and how difficult it was because you don't have blending options. And I mean, I love it when guys like yourself are doing like really interesting things with blending, not just having multiple barrels of a single beer and trying to make the best of it that you can, but taking like different kinds of beer and just seeing what happens. It's not something that you see very often, and I think it's really great. This beer is wonderful.
Yeah, isn't it? I mean, it
this
really has
is
layers and layers of delicious fruit. The tart, and it's just super refreshing.
Yeah, I think that's my favorite Levante beer that's come out yet. The pear just really it's just a really nice combo there with the bread.
And oddly, like pear is not a fruit that you see used in beer very often, and this beer makes me wonder why not. Because I love the flavor of pear, and it comes through in this. It gives a nice subtle sweetness that really amplifies the beer, and it's odd that you don't see that used very often at all.
Well, it's kind of funny because pear is like an ester that you find a lot. Like you have a lot of Belgian yeasts putting off like a very you put off like a very distinct pear ester, but using pear as a fruit, you're right, you don't see it very often, and I think it's great.
And just kind of to go to a more general question, you guys, what was your guys' history before Wicked Weed? How long has Wicked Weed been around? Were you guys somewhere else before, or?
Yeah, what was the genesis? Was the genesis the beer Genesis?
Actually, it was, but
Hey, all right.
Yeah,
like Hair of the Dog has Adam, they have Genesis. It all works.
Yeah,
I like
exactly.
it. I like it.
So we Walt and I were both homebrewers. Walt was homebrewing. When I was in high school, I remember Walt homebrewing in the basement. He's 3 years older than me, and basically, as he got into it for a while, but it wasn't really, it was kind of just a random hobby, right, Walt? And he got me for my 21st birthday a homebrew kit. So I did a couple of brews. First one I did with Walt went pretty well. The beer was good. I was excited about it. And then the second one we tried to do like a chocolate milk stout, and it was probably the worst thing that I'd ever tasted. It was awful.
Super infected.
Gross. All right.
Well, and that's when we learned that Dawn antibacterial soap is not sufficient sanitizer. So
nice.
I took a couple of years off homebrewing at that point, and
I would
got
just
really
like to say I was just a farmhouse brewer from the start. Okay, guys.
There you go.
You valued rusticity. 5 out of 5 rusticities.
Yeah. Walt also had like 18, 20-inch dreadlocks at that point, so I'm sure there's all sorts of wild yeast floating around.
If you can get yeast if you can brew a commercial beer with beard yeast, then why not dreadlock?
You can do a dread yeast.
Why not dreadlocks? Yeah. Oh, I don't know how that's going to sell. But yeah, and then I ended up in Delaware and went on a tour of Dogfish Head Brewery. And after that tour, I was like, man, I got to get back into home brewing. I was 23 at the time, and at that point I decided I was going to read some books and really get into it. And kind of at that same time, Walt started getting back into home brewing too. So, Walt, you can kind of tell you were out west.
Yeah, so I had I traveled. I used to work as a rock climbing guide, and I would kind of work seasonally in different areas as the temperature would allow, because you kind of chase the seasons. And what I did was as I was there, I'd still want to brew. A, because I was broke, and B, because I really like brewing. And so what I'd do is I'd find a friend or somebody in the community there who was excited about brewing, and I'd teach them how to brew, and then I'd go build them like a kegel set and get them all set up. So then every year when I'd go back, I'd kind of be guerrilla brewing in these different houses all over the country and be able to make beer, which was a cool way to like kind of keep in touch with it while still kind of chasing this other world I thought I was going to be more involved with. Then it was definitely still a hobby, and then it kind of all came back together when I got married. I moved back to kind of grow up a little bit and get a real job, I guess, in Asheville. I started my first company, and Luke was in Delaware. At that point, I had a house, so I had my own basement that was my cellar for brewing, and Luke had a pretty good setup. So at that point, we were brewing a lot, and Luke was really getting to the point where he was thinking about opening a nano because his beers were world class, and I think that he obviously was making great beer, and all he wanted to do was make beer, and so he was saying, okay, well, I should open a nano brewery. And as we kind of talked about, I was like, well, dude, I kind of feel the same way, and you're winning awards, I'm winning awards. I'm enjoying my company I've started right now, but I would much rather just be a brewer. And so at that point, we kind of committed to the idea of opening a brewery. And from there, I went through a few different iterations. I don't want to get into it. We looked at Chattanooga at first, and kind of long story short, through that process of almost opening a brewery in Chattanooga. And this was like, 2012, I think? It was like early 2012.
2011, wasn't it?
Yeah, I guess 2011 we were working on it. 2012, It was like the end of 2012. We were about to start construction. We brought in longtime family friends, the Guthys, to do like a paired beer dinner with the chef we were working with, because we always kind of had this idea of this pub setup where we just be homebrewers, like be creative recipe design guys, like make everything under the sun, great West Coast style beers, like Belgian open fermented beers, whatever. And then have really good kind of the modern gastro brew pub setup, where we're making good food too. And so we brought them down, we did a paired dinner, and basically by the end of the dinner, they were like, this is great, but we would much rather you just come to Asheville and do it, and we'll make sure it's well capitalized. And so at that point, it's kind of a no-brainer. I was already in Asheville. It's home for both Luke and I. It's obviously a pretty epic beer town, and I think we were maybe a little intimidated to open a brewery there with the amount of stuff going on, but we felt we had a pretty strong voice that wasn't being represented in the community, and so far so good.
Nice. And you guys have done really well for yourselves because, well, actually, before we get into your new facility, we should move on to the next beer, which is Genesis. Now, Genesis, first of all, your guys' artwork is incredible.
I was going to say, I love it. The labels look like a high-end perfume or an artisanal soap. And
I think you mean that in a complimentary way.
Oh, absolutely. Okay. No, absolutely.
I've always gotten a very
awesome.
So Genesis being a joke that I just made, what is the actual story behind Genesis here?
Well, Genesis was so I think Luke and I looked to wine a lot for inspiration, and this was kind of a take on a beer I had made as a home brewer before we opened the brewery. We both love traditional lambic and goose. Drakefontein goose is probably one of my favorite.
Maybe it's the best beer in the world.
Maybe the best beer in the world.
It's pretty damn good.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one.
We want to pronounce it correctly, but I always feel weird because it's America. But anyways, so just beautiful, and there was always this like amazing tropical thing that I would get from his beer. And then same thing with, between that and kind of like the Sauvignon Blanc wine was kind of the inspiration for this beer. So we do it, it's a blonde sour. We do it with mango, guava, papaya, and I'm missing a fruit there. Mango, guava, papaya. Pineapple. And then it's just aged in oak barrels, all neutral wine barrels. Usually we try to never use first use wine barrels, so always where they're stripped of their wine character, or a white wine barrel. But just to be a very bright, refreshing, kind of exhibit a lot of those traits you'd see in like a New Zealand Sauvignon Blanc.
It's nice because you have all these tropical fruits in them, but they aren't like really in your face. They all seem to just contribute to like an overall complexity, as opposed to it being like, obviously this is a guava beer or whatever. So that's really nicely done. It's really creamy. It has that really creamy French oak, like vanilla kind of character to it, like in spades, which is really nice.
Yeah, it's pretty refreshing, and it's like desserty almost for me. I don't know, that French oak vanilla aspect of it kind of works well.
It's like desserty, but it's still super dry. Like, what does this finish out at? Like, oh my gosh.
0.998, I think.
Really?
The hydrometer just breaks when you drop it.
I didn't mean desserty in a sweet kind of like
No,
I got
tropical.
you. I got you. Yeah. I always love it when beers. I love it when beers finish below 0. That's just like just the best. Or below 1, I should say.
I could drink the shit out of this beer. This is great.
Even though it is really dry, there is still a very sweet, fruity character to it.
Yeah, definitely.
It's really very in the white wine vein, which I really love this beer.
Yeah, this is wonderful.
Awesome.
This is probably my favorite so far. So do you guys only bottle your sour beer, because that's like what we have in front of us here? Because you guys do like all kinds. You guys do all kinds of beers through the pub, right?
We do all sorts of beers, and you know, right now the sour beer it makes up about 25% of what we produce. So the majority of the beer that we make is not sour.
Right.
But up to this point, because we don't share equipment, we have a bottling line for the sour program. We've never had a spot for bottling at the pub. So that kind of brings us to what's next for us, which is this upcoming week we'll be firing up the kettles of a 50-barrel brew house.
Nice. It's awesome. It's like a 4-vessel, right?
4-vessel, 50-barrel.
Killer.
It's in a 40,000 square foot facility on 8 acres.
That's
so
rad.
it's kind of it's pretty awesome. It's really incredible to go out there and see everything. But we've got a 16-head bottling line out there. So you'll be seeing, and that's going to be all for non-sour beer out there. So we'll be producing beers like our Freak of Nature Double IPA, which has been our best-selling beer since the day we opened, and other beers like that. So
Yeah,
It's crazy.
Unfortunately, here in the West, we don't get Wicked Weed normally in distro, so all that ever makes it out to us is like gray market trader stuff. And so I just assumed the reason I'd only seen sours is because that's just all the
What
trade
people
bait.
are muling back.
yeah.
Yeah, we made a decision early on. Is that like, so sour beer is, you know, it's something that is amazingly stable in the package. You know, you've got beers where you've introduced bacteria. It's a very low pH. They're usually bottle conditioned. They're in a vessel that can handle traveling. They're not so temperature sensitive, and we believe very firmly in like the quality of product. Like for the way Luke and I feel about it, you know, the beers you're drinking in the bottle right now, that's better than it's ever going to be on draft. I mean, those beers are meant to be in bottles. They really develop well in a bottle, and so it made sense for us to go ahead and start putting our farmhouse beers and our sour beers in bottles. But we didn't want to, you know, not anything against mobile canning lines and stuff, but you know, we are IPA snobs, and we love our IPAs. We use excessive amounts of hops in them. We're very much attuned to the West Coast feel of the IPA being very dry and hop forward. And you know, temperatures and oxygen are like the two biggest things that can really drive that, you know, drive the flavors down and really make a beer that you're not excited about. So we really didn't want to package. Well, there's two reasons. One, we didn't want to package any of our clean side beers until we had a really good bottling line that had super low dissolved oxygen levels and we could really control the quality of the product. The second is we can't make enough beer. I mean, like, our pub apparently, like right now it's crazy. We're brewing 12 times a week, and I swear to God, I feel like we're running out of beer at the pub.
That's a good problem to have, man. That's a good problem.
Seriously.
It is.
What kind of bottling line do you guys get, just to like get all, you know,
It's an Italian filler.
So it's a GAI or Prospero? I'm sorry,
no, we ended up with Comac. Comac is known for their kegging lines, actually. They just got into the bottling line game about 7-8 years ago, I guess. But breweries like New Belgium, they use Comac kegging lines. You know, you'll see that a lot of the big breweries will use the Comac kegging lines. But yeah, their bottling lines are getting really good reviews. And after we looked at the guy a good bit and decided to go with Comac. So
very cool. Well, we just poured the Medora, which is your blackberry and raspberry sour. What's the story with this?
So Medora is a beer that my wife's name is Medora West Wilmore / Dickinson. She's a very modern woman. She doesn't take my last name. But anyways,
right on for hyphenation.
Yeah, exactly, right? So what happened was, I think a year ago, it was our anniversary, and I blended a beer for the pub, which was just a blend of like, again, the blending thing you talked about. I kind of went into our cellar, I pulled a handful of beers, barrels, and made kind of basically blended an amber Brett beer with some blonde sour stock, and then racked that onto a ton of blackberries and raspberries. I don't know the quantities for that original batch, but anyways, it was a huge hit at the pub. Had a great like jammy raspberry blackberry character, and I think blackberry tends to lend like a more meaty fruit character. So everybody loved it so much, we decided that we would bring it back as kind of one of our core sour beers. The core beers are the ones that have those really intricate labels, the ones we know we're going to do 2 to 3 times a year. And so now it's a beer that we brew, 2-3 times a year, and it's about 1 pound per gallon of blackberries and raspberries, aged in neutral red wine. And then, obviously the focus is for it to be a jammy fruit sweetness, a firm acidity, but not like overwhelming, and like some nice kind of subtle Brett character in the back, but again, not kind of distracting from the essence of the fruit, which is kind of the idea. We're big into fruited sours at Wicked Weed.
Yeah, this is incredible. This stuff is amazing.
This beer is fantastic.
Right in my wheelhouse.
So I don't know the normal amounts of fruit, but 1 pound per gallon sounds like an insane amount of fruit.
It's definitely high. I mean, normally one thing that we talk about on the show a lot when we run into like a fruited, especially sour beer that we like, is it comes off as being very fleshy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You feel like you're biting into that fruit, and that seems to be like that kind of region. That pound per gallon, it's that's a good hearty amount of fruit, and it has this effect where I'm just want to like munch on some berries right now just drinking this beer,
when you're using that much fruit in a beer, do you get a loss from it? Like, I mean, when you're putting in a bunch of hops, right, you're going to get a loss of beer, but how does that factor over in putting a whole 50 pounds per barrel or whatever of fruit?
Oh yeah, we lose massive amounts of beer to fruiting. I mean, when you're talking about, like this beer had over 2,000 pounds of fruit in it, So
for what volume?
30 barrels.
Nice.
A literal ton of fruit in this beer.
I mean,
1,000 per 30 barrels. It's 2 30-barrel batches to do a blend. So
gotcha.
How much?
But I mean, we did beers like Red Angel and Golden Angel that are out right now, and those were 2.5 pounds per gallon of fruit. So literally, like it was like 6,000-7,000 pounds of fruit or something ridiculous.
Now, do you guys have special relationships with farmers out in your region to kind of mitigate these huge costs of 1,000 pounds of fruit?
No, it just costs us a lot. No, we work with local farmers, but it's challenging. When it's hard to find a local farmer who you're like, hey, I would like all of your crop and then all of the crop of the guy next to you and then the guy next to you. Can you make that happen?
Well, not only that, but also, especially with certain fruits, processing is a really big issue. Trying to, take a whole fruit, get it into a form that you can, put into barrels and also keep it, relatively clean. That's extraordinarily difficult. So are you guys using like aseptic purees of some kind, I would guess, or?
It depends on the beer. We work with everything from whole fruit to aseptic purees, IQF. This beer, I mean, we're working with these beers. We work with aseptic purees. We work with Oregon fruits. I'm sure you guys have worked with those. It's available to home brewers again. So this is their blackberry and raspberry. We tend to only work with whole fruits and like local farmers for stuff that's either smaller batch and one-offs. Because again, we're making this beer 3 times a year now. I can't make this beer consistently 3 times a year by working with local berries. That said,
that's true.
We love working with local fruit. We actually bought a $5,000 giant RoboCoupe that which is like a food processor to macerate our fruit when we get it fresh. So
nice.
We do a lot of processing in house. I mean, there's 5 guys now working in the wood cellar to make these beers. It's just they're so labor intensive, and the losses are, again, like you were saying, they're pretty. I would say fairly in tune to like a really aggressively dry hop beer. I think we have about the same losses we see as like when we were making our Freak of Nature double IPA, which, what is it, Luke? Is it like 3.5-4 pounds per barrel?
Nice.
It's 4.5 pounds per barrel.
Jesus Christ. That's awesome.
Well, as far as the acidity on this goes, this is perfect for me. Mm-hmm. Like, it's got the right balance of that, lactic character. The fruit is phenomenal.
I think jammy is a perfect description of this. I adore this beer.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
This is nice. Perfect. I mean, I'm not
Medora is a great beer.
I adore Medora.
Oh, jokes! Yeah, normally I'm the one making the shitty dad jokes, but like that's pretty rad.
Hashtag dad joke.
Yeah. Let's move on to the recurrent. This is the last that we have in the Canvas series. How frequently do you guys put out the Canvas series beers? Is it just like on a whim, more or less, or is there like a certain schedule?
Kind of.
It's kind of whenever the idea happens. I mean, the Canvas series, like Walt said, it really came from basically constantly having ideas that we want to get in the bottle. It actually originally we were calling it the Walt Attack series because Walt just constantly would drive the marketing people crazy with any new idea and wanting to do a new bottled beer like every other week it seems. So we decided to create this series. But so it's pretty often. I don't know how many have we done now, Walt? Probably like 8 or 9 since we started the Canvas series.
Yeah, we only started about, I would say 1 to 2 a month is kind of what ended up coming out.
Yeah.
But what we're using it is Canvas is a place. We're growing. I mean, we're so young as a brewery. We're still only 2.5 years old, and so we're really still finding our foothold in the market and kind of finding beers that we love, and we don't want to stop being creative. So what we do is we use this series to kind of find those beers, and then when we find them, like recurrent. We love this beer, so this beer will probably show up again. If it does, it'll move out of the Canvas series into a core brand, and have like a label, like a Medora or something like that. And same thing with those Levantes. Now we've kind of done an offshoot that's going to be this Levante series we're doing. So it's really just a way for us to continue our kind of the mantra of Wicked Weed, which is just we're an R&D brewery. I mean, we just want to not be hindered by the creative process and be able to just do new things all the time. So I'd say like 1 a month is a fair, maybe up to 2 or 3 if it's again, it's all because all these beers they sit in the bottle until they taste right, and when they taste right, that's when they go out. So sometimes all of a sudden we're like, hey, sales team, you've got 4 bottles this week to sell, have fun. And then we're like, and then they're begging us for beer for like a month, but because they don't have anything to sell, and it's like, well, we're going to send beer out until it's ready, and when it's ready, it's ready.
Right.
I got to say too about these the labels on these. I guess these are the core ones, the with the fancy color labels. Yeah. Really well done. I'm a huge fan of bottle art, and I think that really reflects the product inside the bottle too. Reminds me also, they're similar to Nebraska Brewing Company labels. If you look at their labels, not that I'm saying it's a ripoff. I'm just saying it's in that same vein, and I like that. Like their labels are really cool, and it's the same kind of matte finish labels. The brewery, I think, also they kind of had the same thing going on from time to time. But really, really nice looking labels. Is it this? I mean, who does your labels? How does that work?
Yeah, where does your art come from?
So we've got this. He's essentially an in-house artist now. I mean, he started out as just a guy that we found. He's local. His name's Howell Golston, and he just literally paints these draws and paints these labels on poster size canvases.
Really?
And then,
nice.
Yeah, so they're all hand done by him.
These are amazing. I mean,
beautiful.
Jesus.
Yeah, the level of detail is really wonderful.
It's really cool because they're distinct from each other, but like you see somebody's like, hey, I had a bottle share last night. Like you immediately you're like, there's the Wicked Weed bottle. Like they pop right out of there.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, that's cool, man.
Really quick, let
me talk about Recurrent because it's a cool beer.
Oh my god, you see Current very rarely in beer, but this just is like I'm speechless. This is killer. Like
I think Consecration uses Currents, right?
Yep, yeah, that's the only other one
I can think of. Yeah.
And that's I think where Luke and I kind of were introduced to the Currents. And Currents have kind of been one of those things. Again. You're looking at 6 beers out of almost 280 beers we've done. So we worked with Currents a few times in Belgian beers at the pub, and it was a flavor I had always really loved, and Luke and I had always talked about using it somewhere. And so we wanted to just do a Current sour that just was like reflective of like that really cool kind of earthy fruit character that a Current has, and again like crazy amounts of malic acid like that. That beer went into the barrel at 3.2 pH.
Oh my god!
And did I hear you right? You said you did 280 beers in less than 3 years?
Right, Luke?
Yeah.
Nice.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
Rad. I just heard 3.2 into the barrel. Like, oh my god!
I know, right? That's crazy. And again, that's not developed acidity. That's acidity from the malic acid, and then it's kind of again when you talk about total acidity versus pH, they're very different things. So total acidity is really a better way to talk about acidity. But either way, the currents have a very powerful impact on sour beer. And so, this beer, we really wanted to make sure so we ended up putting this beer in Portuguese puncheons, so 500-liter barrels. So less surface area, a little softer acidity development. And I think the beer just kind of really came out as something beautiful. It's just wonderful dance between fruit, Brett, and acidity, and is a beer that we're definitely excited about keeping in our lineup.
Yeah, the currants are really interesting because they have almost like a sort of savory kind of character to them, which is surprising. It's not like it doesn't have quite that same jammy feel that the Medora had to it. It's a very distinct fruit, which is really interesting. One thing I want to talk about is the bottle format that you guys are using. The whole how did you guys land on the 500 ml format as opposed to the more common 750 or what have you? What was the logic behind that?
I think there was a couple of reasons behind it. One was when we decided to start bottling these sour beers, we wanted the beer to look different, to feel different. We feel like we're doing something a little different than a lot of breweries are doing with our sour beer, and that is that we approach sour beer, we approach all the flavors of sour beer. It's not just about getting it as puckering as you can get it, So some of our sour beers like Medora are actually pretty soft on the acidity. So we knew we've got this really interesting product. We want it to stand out on the shelf, and with the labels and then the size of the bottle, you kind of achieve the look. But then the other thing is that, 500 milliliters is a really great size for sour beer because, you can probably drink the whole thing by yourself, but 2 8-ounce pours out of that bottle, because it's 16.9 ounces total, you're looking at just the perfect serving size for sour beer for 2 people.
Yeah, that's one of my big complaints with sours, especially the ones that tend to be more lactic than others. You just can't make it through an entire bottle by yourself, and a lot of times they tend to be higher in alcohol. And the 750 format for those bottles, while it looks cool and it's great for multiple people, I'm not around multiple people often enough to share those beers.
Yeah, this is a discussion that we've had a couple of times on the show. Is the 750 is great if you're going to a bottle share or something like that because multiple people can have one. But when it comes to I want to drink this beer right now, the 750 kind of makes it difficult. Because like you said, that just a 750 of sour beer just means stomach ache to me.
Yeah,
right.
And it's not a. I mean, there are certain
Shut
beers.
up, Greg.
there are certain beers that you can only have 8 ounces of, and you're satisfied with that.
Yeah.
Where something like an IPA, you could clearly have more than 8 ounces of that, and you're going to enjoy yourself.
Totally.
Glass after glass.
Yeah. The big thing with the 500 format is it's just enough that one person can enjoy it if they want to, but it's not too small that if you want to share it amongst multiple people. I mean, we've been splitting these pours 5 ways. And
I've been very satisfied.
And there's enough beer for all of us. It's a perfect format because we've raged against the 750 for a while now because a lot of beers come in 750 and it's when am I going to open that? Unless I have 5 people over, that's just too much beer.
Yeah,
definitely. That wasn't the brewer's fault. That was looking at this bottle, we are the first people in North America to use this bottle. There were no 500 milliliter kind of champagne style options in America. The only 500 milliliter option that I saw when researching the market was, I'm sure you guys have had Atrial Rubicide. That bottle from Jester King was available, but that bottle's not really at the price point that bottle costs. It's not really something you could use for a variety of beers. So for us, we actually, it was kind of a pain. We were literally waiting, a couple, our boat got held up because of bad waters coming from Europe with these bottles because these all come from Germany. And so we actually we got held back almost a month and a half on our first packaging run to get our bottles in because it was just a mix of design issues and stuff from the importers and whatever. But so we were the first people using it, and now we've seen this bottle really kind of it's really moved fast. Like there's especially on the East Coast, there's a lot of since we started using it, man. There's a ton of East Coast breweries that have started using this bottle, and with good reason. I mean, it's a great size and format. I mean, we package this Friday we're packaging Bombadil, which is a 4% Brett table beer with strawberries, and 2 or 3 months from now we'll be packaging Dark Arts, which is a 15% Brett Imperial Stout aged in tequila barrels. So the versatility of that bottle is like super rad.
And I'll give that to you too, like, because I mean, if you're a brewery that has a certain format, it's and you have a 750 format, you only have so much money to buy a bottling line that will allow you to switch over to bottles like these. And so if that's what it is, you got to. And I'm not trying to diss breweries for using 750s, but it just, if you have the means and capacity and the money basically to bottle in this format, then by all means go for it. But if you don't, then I'll gladly take your 750.
Last on the list here is we opened the Black Angel. What's the deal with Black Angel here?
Nice. So Black Angel is probably, I'd say it's my favorite sour beer that we make. It was the other beer of the 2 beers that we ended up contract brewing before we opened, so we could open with this beer. And originally we would put this beer on tap every Friday. And we put a full keg on tap, and most of the time the keg didn't make it to Saturday because this was just a huge following right out the gate. So
nice.
The beer is a black sour Asian bourbon barrels, and it has is it 1.5 per gallon, Walt, or is it just a pound?
Yeah. So it's 1.5 pounds per gallon. Obviously, Luke. It's not like Luke and I write a recipe and we put it out and then it never changes. So we've been tweaking this beer a good bit. And so it's evolved to where we wanted to see more cherry characters come through. So it's 1.5 pounds per gallon, aged in a blend of fresh second and third use whiskey barrels. So that way we can kind of blend to the place we want to see as far as the whiskey character. But yeah, again, just kind of a take on a dark sour, which is I think kind of a challenging style, and it's been a good exercise for Luke and I to understand how to use dark malt in acidified beers. So we work with a ton of Carafa 3 dehusked in this to get the color, and there's a little kiss of chocolate in there, but we're really layering in those really deep, crystal malt. So it's either crisp 120 or the Simpson's dark crystal.
Very nice. This is killer. You can definitely recognize that you weren't using a lot of black patent or roasted barley or anything like that, because it has that very smooth cocoa type of flavor to it, which is really wonderful. You said you use second or third use bourbon barrels. Are you guys doing the first use yourselves or for other?
Yeah, so just like a wine barrel, when you're using a wine barrel in a sour program, you're going to use it, and then it's going to have a wine character that's imparted into the beer. And then once you use it the second time, there might be a little bit, and then the third time it kind of goes on, and eventually it just becomes a maturation vessel that houses your microflora, but at the same time is a vessel that you can kind of continue on with. I mean, you look at the lambic breweries. I mean, Cantillon there for a while was using 60-year-old barrels. Obviously, it was because they couldn't afford to replace them. But there's, a good barrel is not something you want to get rid of. So for us, the bourbon character is important, but it's the same way you're talking about the dark malts. I mean, when you're using a roasted malt, when you have a beer that is finishing below 1 Plato and has a low pH and all this stuff going on, there's not that residual sweetness that really stands up to that acrid character that you're going to get in a black patent or a roast barley or something like that. So for us, it's a very delicate balance working with the roast malt in this beer to make sure it's a color additive, a flavor additive, but not distracting from what the point of the beer is, which is really bright, cherry character. Cherry and whiskey, man, what a great combo, right?
Definitely.
No doubt, yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Cherry whiskey and chocolate. I mean, is there a better combination?
It's pretty good. So
a lot better than that cinnamon whiskey abomination.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Dude, don't knock. The next Canvas series is Fireball aged.
That's not funny.
I mean, I'm seeing.
Are you being serious? Because I don't know. I can't really tell. I don't know you guys very well. All right, never mind.
I am completely not serious.
Okay, good.
I did get to try some Aquavit Barrel Dark Lord the other day. So at Firestone, yeah,
that's interesting. Thank you so much, you guys, for sending us these beers and taking your time out. This has been really, really awesome. Where can everyone find Wicked Weed online?
You there, Luke?
Did we kill it?
I think he's like, fuck this shit. The women's soccer game's on. I'm out.
Yeah, exactly. He's like, what's important here? Soccer. I can't blame him.
Wickedweedbrewing.com.
I'll go ahead and give you the spread. Yeah, wickedweedbrewing.com. Wicked Weed Beer on the Twitter. Yes,
that's right.
Wicked Beer on the Twitter, and then Wicked Weed Brewing on Facebook, maybe.
Just search for it.
We're pretty easy to find.
We'll tell everyone to Google Wicked Weed.
Wicked Weed on Facebook is Wicked Weed Brewing, and then Wicked Weed Funkatorium also. So
okay.
I think you can follow both on the Facebook.
I would.
So yeah, we're our beer. It's only in North Carolina right now. Been a very little brewery, although we're producing a lot more beer now. I've been filling a ton of oak. Luke and I have been working really hard on getting this new production brewery online, and we're gonna brew 37-ish hundred barrels, so 3,700 barrels into the sour program this year, which is a lot of beer. We've got 900 oaks filled. That beer will start trickling out and finally, hopefully, make it outside of North Carolina. Because right now, basically everything we produce, just because of the aging process, is all just sold either at the pub or at a handful of craft bottle accounts across the state. But with the new brewery going online, we're going to do a lot more of our whiskey barrel aged beers, which is a whole other side that nobody's ever really had a chance to try of ours, that are going to go into package. And all of our IPAs, we'll be doing our Freak of Nature double IPA in 500 milliliter single bottle formats. Then we'll be doing 4-packs of a few other IPAs. And then we'll actually, kind of what our thing is, we're not going to change who we are. We're not going to go out and have 5, flagship beers that we produce year round. So we're going to do, I think, 26 different beers this next year, ranging from all of our kind of hop forward American beers to some Belgian beers and barrel aged beers, and then all the Funkatorium beers on top of that, which is probably another 35 or 40 beers that'll come out of the Funkatorium. So those will hopefully finally leave the North Carolina market. We want to share our beer. We're not trying to kind of hoard it and just keep it in North Carolina. It's just right now, I mean, we can barely manage to keep our taps full at the pub and the few accounts we have in state. So hopefully this new brewery with the added capacity is going to really let us do that. So
nice. Well, if you want to share some of that beer with Southern California, I would not complain.
Because other breweries have said, well, Southern California has plenty of good beer. We don't need to send our beer there, and don't do that.
You guys have a lot of good beer. I'm just
we do have a lot of good beer, but I would love it if we had your really good beer.
Well, we appreciate that. Well,
we're available only in Carolina and Southern California.
That's it.
Nowhere in between.
That's it. Yeah. Fuck everyone else. Hey, Walt, thanks again, man. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Walt.
No, it was really cool. Thank you guys for having us on, and appreciate you. Giving us nice soft reviews for all of our beer. Appreciate that.
Well, hey, it was deserved for sure.
Either you picked a bunch of ringers, or you guys are just making a lot of really awesome beer. Because
definitely.
Honestly,
that's my shit list. So.
Dude, no, I was amazed to hear that you guys had kind of your traditional homebrewer go pro story, because these beers are just really technically head and shoulders above a lot of stuff. So I would have sworn it would have been oh yeah, we trained for a long time at this brewery and then cut our teeth here and then we struck out on our own. So the fact that you guys kind of came up and just out of the gate, really, this is your brewery starting as homebrewers, it's really impressive.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, and I should give a little, Eric Leipold, who Luke mentioned earlier, he went through the Siebel program and was running the brew house there at Dogfish for a while. And I think Luke and I would say we were smarter than your average home brewer, not in a bad way, but we really care. I think that I've tasted home brews from great home brewers that are as good as commercial beers. And I think we were kind of at that point when we started our brewery. And I think there's a lot of knowledge out there. Like if you're a home brewer, there's no reason you can't know as much about making beer and as much about recipe design as any commercial brewer. But that said, there are process things. And I think Eric really brought that process piece to us of like, this is how you manage your yeast and transfer wort and transfer beer and deal with dissolved oxygen levels, and like really helped us kind of bring that pro aspect of like, this is how Dogfish runs their cellars. Okay, this is how we're going to run our cellars. And that was a really, really big thing. And so, without Luke's kind of perspective in recipe design and my perspective in producing beer, and then Eric's kind of ability to process, like, yeah, we wouldn't be where we were. So it's not just, Eric deserves a lot of credit in the quality of beer we make. So, well,
that's the thing. That's what I've always said about, the difference between home brewing and pro brewing is with pro brewing, you have to be creative about moving liquid around. Being able to take liquid from one place to another and have it be in good condition. That's really the difference,
Mm-hmm. You can learn it. It's challenging. It's like bringing somebody in who's already kind of been there, done that was really helpful for Luke and I. And, he's been a great asset to us. So anybody going out there opening a brewery, like bring, if you can afford it, bring somebody in who's got their teeth cut already, who's been there and done that and worked at a brewery, who you really think they make great quality product and know how to, move wort around.
Right. That's very, very important. I think that's some really solid advice right there, because, you could be a home, I think I'm a great home brewer, but on a commercial level, probably not that great. And just knowing one person that can come in and kind of help you out, whether you're paying them or not, just that makes a world of difference. So I think that's really solid advice right there.
Definitely.
I kind of always equate it to like being a chef and being trained at a cooking school, like where you go and you're like, I know how to perfectly julienne an onion and like sous vide this piece of meat, but do you know how to build a recipe? So I think homebrewing gives you that recipe piece, which is, so important to making great beers. Like you can't write a great recipe if you don't understand how these malts are going to work with these yeasts and this hop, you're never going to make a great beer. But at the same time, if you're just a mess with like, you don't know how to cut your bed, you don't know how to deal with like a slow runoff, you don't know how to deal with stalled fermentation or yeast handling or any of those things, or you don't know how to transfer beer properly in a sanitary environment, that beer is going to suffer just as much. So it's 50-50. You got to be able to do both things. If you do both things, you're going to make great professional grade beer. If not, you guys have had those beers.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Right on. Hey, Walt, thanks again, man. We really appreciate it.
We lost Luke like 5 minutes ago, so yeah. Thanks to Luke also for doing this. He had to get to the game apparently.
Yeah, tell Luke thank you.
I'm pretty sure his phone died. He said his phone was pretty low when he started that interview. So.
All right.
It's all good. Like the way this came together worked out very well.
Yeah, we did okay. Yeah. If you want to find Four Brewers online, you can find us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, all the good stuff. You can find that at fourbrewers.com. If you want to get in touch with us directly, you can find us at Facebook. At feedback. Feedback at fourbrewers.com.
Also Facebook.
And you can also find us on Facebook. Go online, go on iTunes and subscribe, and also give us a rating. We would love that. You can also give us money at Patreon. we would love if you gave us money. You can find that at patreon.com/fourbrewers.
Well, we produce a show that takes time and effort, and if you feel you're getting value from that, then kick us down $1.
Yeah, give us $1 or $2 or $5.
We're not begging for money. We're not poor or anything.
I'm begging for money. Give us money, please. Please.
I'll give you
$1. These men.
All right. Dude, thanks again. This was great. Brew the shit out of it.
Woo! Woohoo! All right.
That's it.
Dude, that was an awesome show.
Dude,
great set of beers.
That was really great, man.
These beers do not suck.
I'm glad to dig it. Awesome.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, this was really killer. Like there wasn't a stinker in this whole bunch. I mean, this was really, really great.
Considering the amount of beers we did, too, like... we've done a lot of brewery shows, and there's always one that's like, yeah, anyway, so let's move on to the next beer. And no, these were fucking killer.
Yeah. Every single one.
At Medora, really. I was like, yeah, this one's my favorite. And the next one, I was like,
yeah,
this one's my favorite.
And then Black Angel is like,
this one's pretty good.
Yeah, I had the same experience.
So
kind of sets you guys up for that. So
well done.
No, I appreciate it, man. It was I don't know. Luke and I love being on podcasts and stuff, so it was super fun to get to share some beers and. I don't know. Maybe someday our beer will be out your way. But you should come visit sometime. It's
definitely.
We would kill.
Before Brewers, North Carolina.
I was originally going to go to the Beer Bloggers Conference that's in Nashville this year, but just couldn't happen. But
now you're
definitely, I'll definitely have like a family trip out there in the next year or so.
Have a family trip planned out just to go to Wicked Weed. I like that.
And yeah,
I've heard it's a great beer city.
Well, yeah,
it's all right.
There's a couple decent breweries there. Couple big. We do our sour beer fest. We didn't. It was kind of accidental, but we do our sour beer fest. We've got like Rare Barrel, and it's the same weekend as the Bloggers Conference. So
nice
at our new facility. So in case you know, nudge to come out.
Yeah. Hey, I was curious. Where did you guys get your new brew house from?
Newlands. Yeah, we didn't talk about it. Yeah, it's a Newlands 4-vessel. So I don't know. Those guys are kind of making the best North American equipment. Unless you can go European, they're
right.
They're kind of it for big brew houses in the U.S.
Nice.
Yeah, it's sweet, man. It's holy shit, a lot more pneumatic valves and low voltage wire than I ever expected.
we were just talking about that with Matt about the brewery's new setup. And
yeah, I'm a brewer at the brewery, and we're just commissioning our new brew house. We've been doing it for about 2 weeks, and I'm like, it's weird brewing by a computer.
What size?
That's really weird. A 30 barrel. We did a 30 barrel GEA. Their craft star. We actually got the first one.
Oh yeah, dude. They pitched that to us, and it was like, but they don't make a craft star at the 50 barrel level. So
it's really weird because it's a 2-vessel system, and there's just a lot of like quirks to it because it's the first one that they've built, and so there's been a lot of like so how do we CIP the heat exchanger, and they're like, I don't know. We're like, what?
Why don't you have 5 vessels?
yeah, exactly. It's just it's been a really interesting experience because we're kind of like their test subject, and so it's a lot of like, well, how do you do this thing and this thing? And they're like, we'll put that in the next one. We're like, but we have this one, and we need to know how to do that thing, So it's just brewing on a computer is really weird.
So you guys just picked up Jim Mellum, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Jim's my homie.
Yeah, that's right. I always forget that he spent like time out there, but yeah, no, Jim's a really good dude.
Jim is
he's killing it.
That guy is so fucking smart. Like, you guys are super lucky to get him.
Oh yeah, he's killing it. Yeah, for sure. And it's funny because we've been like the commissioning process has been just torture, as any is, and so during the downtime, I just kind of like try and mine him for information as much as I can, which is and of course he has an opinion about everything, which is great.
Yeah.
But no, he's a great guy for sure.
Yeah, I mean, he should be helpful. He just literally put in a 250 barrel or 200 barrel GEA system. So. Yeah,
exactly. We when he speaks, everyone listens for sure.
Exactly, man. Anyways, it was cool. I was super psyched for that guy. He our lab guy came from. He was the guy. Dan Walter worked underneath him in the lab at Sierra.
Okay.
So I've known Jim. Jim was like one of my first kind of like industry friends. So,
right on.
He's a good dude. He and Jessica, you'll dig both of them. Anyways, I was just gonna put in a good word. He's a good scorer for you guys. The guy's real smart.
Oh yeah, it's been nothing but good experiences so far for us. So
sweet Jufro, also, by the
way. Yeah, he's very endearingly disheveled. Cool, man.
Well, I'll let you guys get to it, but hopefully I'll make it out to the brewery sometime, and I'm doing I don't know. I think this has been on the tweeter or whatever. So we're doing a collaboration beer with Lost Abbey right now. So I'll be back out that way.
What?
Oh, no shit.
What? Hey, if you have some time, we would love to have you on in person. That would be killer.
Yeah. Well, what I was gonna say is I'm gonna be out your way doing the blend. I think the week of the 15th of August.
Really?
So it's a pretty like massive project of like. I don't know, I'd have to check with like Tommy and Adam and see if like they're cool with me talking about it. But I don't know, it might be something cool for you guys to do. We're doing like it's 2 beers that are brewed at our place, 1 beer that's brewed at their place, and then like we're blending all 3 beers to make this beer. It's gonna be cool.
Yes,
sounds beautiful.
Yeah,
it'd be cool if we could set something up with Lost Abbey and maybe just go down there. And,
that would be extraordinarily rad.
You might be able to make that happen.
Well, shoot Aaron, who is the master of all things branding at Wicked Weed, and email about.
I know Aaron.
That we chatted about this. She's handling all of the logistics of that stuff because it's everything Luke and I can do to just kind of make sure we don't fuck anything up right now. So,
sure. Right.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I'll be out there. So, because you guys are in San Diego, is that right?
Well, we're in like inland. We're about like
an hour north.
Yeah, about an hour north of San Diego. So,
so you're
close.
like Orange County, like near the brewery.
Essentially, yeah.
Is that Temecula or something? I don't know.
Ish, well, north of Temecula. We're in Moreno Valley, which is like Riverside. So it's like 40 minutes east of LA, like about an hour north of San Diego. We're like inland Southern California.
We're like in the perfect spot to go anywhere.
Exactly.
So
the middle of nowhere, center of everywhere.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
So Luke and I grew up in Pasadena.
Oh, Pasadena, no shit.
Or Sierra Madre, but whatever. Pasadena,
okay, yeah. So we're Inland Empire essentially.
Cool, sweet, cool, man. Well, yeah. Thanks again for having us on. I'm sure you're tired of talking on the radio, so I'll let you go.
Not at all. I have to pee, but besides that,
we might do one more show.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. This was a really, really great show, man. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, anytime, man.
Awesome.
If you guys want to have us back after the new brewery opens and send you some not sour beers. Although we'll send you some more sour beers because I got a lot of new foot. If you want to send some hot beers and shit, we'll talk.
Any and all.
Anytime you want to do something, man, just let us know. All right.
I'd be happy to send beers back too.
Yeah, definitely.
Cool,
Thanks,
man.
man.
Yeah. Just like I said, shoot Aaron an email about whatever, and we'll figure it out.
Cool. Sounds good, man.
Cool, dude.
Thanks, guys. Later.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh my god.
Bad thing.
Everyone, goodbye.
So we're done, everybody. Bye. You're probably already gone. Doesn't matter.
That kicked ass.
Yeah. Peace out, everyone. Thanks for joining us in the IRC and hanging out. Tell your friends. Tell your mom.